Hey everyone, sorry about the little hiatus again. Welcome back to more 428 Shibuya Scramble. Now, okay, so what we're gonna do now is try to get this Kanon anime thing going on. Kanon. Alfred Alshwa. The solitary serpent. The snake has lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as an ill omen. The snake's name is to be both wicked and extremely cunning. If I give in to sentimentality, I will have lost my light all over again. The blue sun rose into the sky. As the girl rushed through the airport, she was met with the intense light of the summery dawn. She let out a weary breath. A shaft of sunlight blazed across her face, and she squinted her eyes against the glare. The night had been a long one, and she could feel exhaustion taking hold. She wanted to stop and sink into one of the sofas in the airport lounge, but she didn't have time for that now. Was that all just a diversion? Who the hell does she think she is, just tossing people away like that? Are the fringe groups of her own organization nothing more than half of Halpha to her? Confection. Okay. Muttering curses that seemed at odds with her young face, the girl wove her way gracefully through the sea of travelers. Time was of the essence. All she had in her hidden back pocket were some dollar bills. She was just going to have to acquire the gear she needed on site. It galled her to be so under-equipped. The only consolation was that at least she'd been able to arrange for a boarding pass in time. Kanon refocused instantly as an unfamiliar man addressed her in Arabic. Was he a thief or some other dangerous third party? This was a country where both one's money and one's life could easily be at risk. She had one way to find out what kind of threat she was dealing with. Which gate is the flight to Japan? Her voice was sweet and girlishly soft. The man gasped. He hadn't been expecting this. They hadn't told him what he was really in for. This girl was the natural enemy of the serpent, a steely soldier in a proxy war. A professional freelancer who took any request, and who always carried out her mission. A mere hour earlier, she'd taken out an armed syndicate 30 members strong, the red flowers of blood left in her wake a testament to her rumored capabilities. Sorry. Sorry, it's really hot in here. The man was dumbstruck. What kind of twisted fairy tale was this, with mercenaries who looked like sweet little girls? What's wrong? Were you not able to make the arrangements? No, everything's fine, he said hurriedly. The flight is departing from Gate 6. If you're looking for your pass and your ticket...
わかってる。右のポケットでしょ。すごいな。渡されるまで気づかなかった。
They're in my right pocket. That was impressive. I didn't notice until you'd already handed them off. The man gasped again. His surprise shifted to caution. With all of the bystanders around, it should have been easy enough to make a handoff without even the recipient ever noticing. He was proud of his skills, but still she'd seen right through him.
落ち込まなくていいよ。あなた、入り口で電話をしていた人でしょ。
Don't feel bad. At least I didn't spot you in advance.
私はあなただって分かってたのに、渡されるまで気づかなかった。
You're the man I spoke to on the phone outside, right? Conan asked.
それってすごいことだ。
That was quite the feat.
私、あんまり人は尊敬しないんだけど、あなたには本当に感心してる。
I don't offer praise like this lightly, but I'm legitimately impressed. She's known since the moment I arrived, he thought. And she hadn't figured it out from his appearance. She just intuitioned it somehow. Intuited. She had also immediately sensed that he was ashamed, even though he kept his face a perfect blank.
恐れ入った。蛇の天敵というのは間違いではなさそうだ。
Nicely done. I see why they call you the natural enemy of the serpent.
一度も殺してないのに天敵っていうのはすごく皮肉だ。
That seems a little premature, seeing as how I haven't killed it yet. First the girl had acted deliberately blasé, now she was being downright cynical. She's a little unstable, and totally adorable. He had to remind himself that this was her. How many soldiers must she have killed? How many battlefields had she survived? Hers was the life of a professional assassin. The fact that she had retained apparent normalcy in the midst of such disorder was more than a little unsettling. The man was astonished that this was the famed rival of the serpent. One did not strike at the snake without exceptional cunning and skill. Hers was the perfect camouflage, a mercenary in the guise of a child.
まあ、誤解でもないし、別にいいよ。
Well, so long as we're on the same page.
それで、話の裏は取れた。
Did you look into that story I asked you about?
あ、確認が取った。大越製薬研究所所長大沢の娘は確かに誘拐されている。
Yes, I was able to confirm it. The director of Akoshi Pharmaceutical, Osawa, his daughter has indeed been kidnapped.
こちらのセルの活発化は何らかの陽動と見るべきだ。
We should consider the increase in cell activity on our end to be a mere diversion. Kanan gritted her teeth. Her latest mission, concluded just an hour ago, had been to meet with this armed group, the Serpent. That was fine. Everything had gone off splendidly without a hitch. The job had been even easier than she imagined. There was no cause yet been out of shape. But the info she'd gotten her hands on had done quite a number on her mood. The Serpent herself is on the move. Japan, Shibuya, Akoshi Pharmaceutical, possible CIA involvement, presumed large-scale urban terrorism at work. That message had lifted the veil from her eyes. At long last, Alfred herself was out in the open, the head of the snake exposed. What a perfect opportunity to cut it off. But of all places to set the stage, Japan? CIA involvement could pose a problem. She wouldn't be surprised if the Serpent had already coiled itself around the Americans. When it came to the Serpent, not even the US government could be trusted to keep itself free of influence. And the target was Akoshi Pharmaceutical. If that wasn't a sign, she didn't know what was. Was that just a coincidence? No. Allah was Al-Qadira, all-powerful. Sorry if I mispronounce anything. Yet the girl frowned in disappointment. What need would he have to go so far to pin such a perfect tale? She had thought such grand acts of fate were a relic of the distant past. But she could sense its hand in these events. She'd hurried to get the intel confirmed at once, and had quickly arranged a flight to Japan. Maybe she was a freelancer, not aligned with any particular organization, but she still had connections. She had many tools in her arsenal. People were often the most convenient. If they excelled at what they did, so much the better. Many individuals sought to curry her favor. Sympathizers like the man who'd made the handoff here who would intervene on her behalf.
ありがとう。じゃあ行くけど、他に何か言われてる？
Thank you, she said. Is there anything else you need to tell me before I go?
現地に一人ワキールを用意した。
A wakil has been arranged to act as your representative on site.
渋谷への足を用意しているそうだ。着陸後、貨物室から降りられるようになっている。滑走路から直接ハイヤーを飛ばす。
Apparently he's put together a way to get you to Shibuya. After you've landed, drop out of the hold. You'll be able to head off directly from the runway, the man said.
あ、無駄足にならないよう祈っているとも。思いのほか、ラフィーク・カナンは我らのアニールから高い信頼と敬愛を受けている。
I pray this will not be a fool's errand for your sake. I'm a bit surprised that our Abir holds such respect and fondness for you, Rafiq Karan.
今回は最悪、痛み分けでいいそうだ。
He hopes that you will not fail, of course, but should you do, that you will at least go down fighting. She sighed. Go down fighting? So it's okay to die as long as I take the target down with me. The man thought of nothing but his honor, his pride. No reconciliation, no negotiation, no submission. 3 tenets that mattered more than preventing bloodshed. Whatever designs these two organizations had on each other were of no concern to her. But even so,
言われなくても。
I don't need the warning.
3度目なんて死んでもごめんだ。
I have no intention of dying a 3rd time. For once, her client's wishes aligned perfectly with her own. Her flaxen hair trailed behind her as she went to board her plane. She didn't look back. The flight from Singapore to Japan was roughly 7 hours. The Serpent had surely anticipated that her enemy would pursue her there. In all likelihood, there would be a minimal window between Conan's arrival in Japan and the Serpent's plan coming to fruition.
ほんと、少年が腐ってる。
She really does love sinking to new lows. The Serpent wouldn't be so clumsy as to let someone from back home in the Middle East, especially a foe like Conan, find out about this by accident. If she let the plan leak, that meant that it suited her purposes somehow. It would seem she wanted to entice Conan to risk hope or trampling her underfoot. He won't lay a finger on me. The voice sneered at her, a backstage murmur in her mind. She dealt with the enemy's diversion, learned the plan just in the nick of time, and rushed off to Japan without a second's hesitation. Japan was where it would all be decided. If she didn't do battle with the Serpent, she would lose yet another close friend. Had the Serpent engineered this situation simply to torment her?
けど、今回は少し予定が違う。
But things aren't going to go how you think this time.
渋谷の文字は、お前とは相性が悪いみたいだ。
The Shibuya is a poor fit for you. She spoke to herself to calm her gnawing impatience. The time it took to write Shibuya and the time it took to write Alfred were nearly the same, but the youthful and complex nature of the city of Shibuya won out. Her instincts were something akin to fortune-telling, a tendency to reimagine the world around her in a way that was neither wishful thinking nor sour grapes. She had a sense of conviction that hovered near the truth, but she knew she couldn't let herself be optimistic. The serpent possessed a powerful venom. It was possible that even if Alfred's plan were foiled, the life Kamen hoped to save would still be lost. There truly was no time to spare. Crushing the fringe group in Singapore had gone more quickly than she anticipated. She had planned on obliterating them at the break of dawn, but she had been struck by a sudden, familiar sense of urgency and had acted an hour ahead of schedule. That change of plans had led to this. She had obtained the intel just slightly earlier than Alfred might have anticipated, and had put speed above all else in arranging the trip to Japan. Right now, she could only hope that the single hour she bought herself would let her save her friend's life.
Maria.
Maria. A warm red flooded her mind. They'd met 2 years ago. She remembered the day as an ordinary one. An unassuming tourist was getting hassled by the same sort of guys that caused trouble all over the world. Conan's stash of her favorite snack had just run out, and it left her in an irritable mood. Maybe that was why she stopped at the sight of the scuffle. Not that she had any interest in helping. The men just gave off an eyesore of a color. Their scent was far too noisy, and she wanted to be rid of them. Shukran jazilan, said the grateful tourist, her hand outstretched. She asked if Conan would be her guide, which Conan tried to ignore, but the young woman persisted. This girl was a person raised in peace from a peaceful country. Conan wasn't the kind to hold that against her, or rail against the unfairness of the world. It didn't mean she wanted to put up with it either. A Yabaniya like her was practically a different species. How could they even understand each other? Conan was closer to an animal herself, and respectable people didn't get close to animals that were still untamed. Humans had overcome their feral side. They had become creatures of intellect. When such intellect was fostered over the years, the benefits were clear. And yet... Let's be friends, Sadiq. How about it? This tourist approached her, oblivious. Conan could recall the warm color from that moment. It still triggered her memories. It was a pleasant color, one that she had been touched by before. This tourist, Maria, was not so remarkable as to draw the eye. Nothing about her seemed especially worthy of admiration. There was just something special about the wholesome smile she offered to the dangerous creature she should never have approached.
そっか、天然なんだ、あなた。
You're very spontaneous, aren't you? Conan smiled. There was something powerful about people who couldn't get a read on their own situation. It was the first time she smiled earnestly in a long while. The first time since she lost her light a second time. It would still be several hours before the plane landed in Japan. She did her best to ease her inner tension, to let herself rest in preparation for combat. Her orders were simple. Save her friend, capture the serpent. The objective was the same as it had been before. That summer, 4 years ago, when she'd gotten the tattoo on her left arm. That very long day when she'd be reborn as the Conan she was now. of a diesel engine sounded in her ears. The color that went with the sound indicated that the engine was running well. The interior of the compartment was rife with the smell of Ramof sand. A dangerous blue, a gentle red, a painful yellow. Those, the colors of the many people aboard the train as it chugged along. The train had set out from Al-Hidata, northwest of Baghdad, and after a journey of 300 kilometers, it was approaching the Jordan border. At the front of the train was an antique diesel locomotive. This was followed by first-class carriages, coach-class carriages, and also several of the women-only carriages unique to the Middle East. It was a long train, though not exceptionally so. Religious reasons. Oh no! It was remarkable that there was a line running between Iraq and Jordan. Traffic between the two countries, especially via railway, had been drastically reduced as a result of war. Many of the lines had long since fallen into disuse. And now that the West was working towards the reconstruction and stabilization of Iraq, Japan had also helped plan a railway between Iraq and Jordan, and had laid down a temporary rail line. The train's final stop was not the border, but 300 kilometers beyond it, in Amman, the Jordan capital. This trip would be a turning point. Sundown would see the venerable old train service come to an end. The compartment where Conan rode was boisterous with noise and human energy. Wind and the sound of chugging wheels rushed in together through windows with no glass. As the only rail service currently linking Iraq and Jordan, the new line drew passengers from all walks of life. A freelance journalist returning from Baghdad, an Indian peddler carrying a piece of luggage larger than himself, a group of women who appeared to be members of some Scandinavian NGO. No one seemed bothered by the clamor. Passengers shouted and prattled on as they pleased. Various sounds, miscellaneous colors, profuse scents, myriad textures, manifold flavors. All of these sensations mixed together as if in a stew pot, and Conan gulped them down. Yet the stimulation they provided was weak. It was like lamb without enough salt, and so she reached into her pocket for a dose of her favorite pick-me-up, crunching it between her teeth. Conan was in a foul mood. She was on this train to do a job, but nothing had happened for 3 hours now. So far the journey had proceeded without incident, and she had no opportunity to act. Sayan, the man she called Sharik, had assigned her this mission. They were traveling together. Theirs was a rare team. No longer were they Maradib and Mutadrib, master and student. They were partners now. Still, this was a complete letdown. The atmosphere on the train set her on edge. Despite the instability of present-day Iraq, there were no soldiers aboard, only several policemen. Supposedly, this limitation of the military presence was all out of concern for the complicated political situation, but she couldn't help but wonder if it was more a concern for saving money on soldiers' pay. The major powers touted peace while enforcing virtue, and they could be bothered. This railway was just one more example of their dubious policies, supposedly established to help foster interpersonal exchange and economic revitalization. It had originally been used for military transport until public travel was more useful for somebody's agenda.
善意の国際協力ってものが本当にあるなんて思ってもみなかった。これの持ち主はよっぽど平和で幸せなんだな、ジャム。
This is so boring. Here we are, the carefree passengers of a modern conveyance, operated by a well-intentioned international cooperation. Whoever owns this outfit has grown fat on peace.
ひねくれているな。 善意の第三者は信用ならないか、カナン。
Don't be so cynical, her companion said. Do you really distrust the intentions of others so much?
別に信用なんてシャムしかできない。
Only one I trust is you.
そういうのが相手なら仕事はいつも楽だろうなって思っただけ。嫌ってるわけじゃない。
I just figured having you around would make our jobs a lot more fun. I'm not mad or anything.
結構襟好みがないのはいい。
It's a good thing, not being too particular.
だが善意と私欲どちらが組みやすいかは仕事の内容による。
Just keep in mind that whether we align with the good guys or the bad guys depends on the job.
善意には損得がない分人間らしい交渉が通じない。それはそれで厄介だぞ。
So-called virtue has no value unless it provides some real benefit to somebody. Otherwise, it's just a bother. Virtue, Conan sniffed. Virtue was just another name individuals gave to their own biased sense of justice. A rigid and fanatical concept subject to a number of arbitrary beliefs. One man's virtue was another man's depravity. The very idea made her think of those interminable meetings between political factions. People puffed themselves up as wise and sat at the conference table without the slightest interest in the other side's values. To them, all that mattered was what they had already decided was good and right.
損得がないね。どうすれば利益が出るのか、どうすれば生き残れるか分かってるのに、目先のお金には転ばないってこと？
Some real benefit to somebody? So they know how to profit and how to survive and still manage to not go for the money that's right under their noses?
もっと派手に人生そのものをつまずき続ける？
Can someone really keep living their life like that without eventually stumbling?
客観的に見れば
You need to look at things objectively.
安酒のようなものだ。それは手に入れやすく悪酔いしやすい。
Simple morale philosophy is like cheap booze. It's easy to get your hands on and easily makes you sick.
泥酔している人間に話し合いは期待できない。説得するより先にまず荒ごとで酒を抜かなきゃならん。
You can't expect to get through to someone who's dead drunk. Before you can convince them of your own point, you need to beat the alcohol out of them.
例えば、眉間を秒速で撃ち抜いて。
Like by up and putting a bullet between their eyes?
ああ。まあ頭にアルコールが詰まっているかは疑問だが。
Perhaps, if it's the brain that's drunk. The man named Siam curled up the corners of his mouth. Though he wasn't a fundamentalist Muslim, he still detested alcohol as a tool of the devil. But his use of booze as a metaphor now was inspired less of his inner demons than by his unique sense of humor.
もう笑わない方がいいって言ったのに。
I told you to stop smiling.
シャム笑うと顔が怖いんだから。
It makes you look creepy. Harsh, yes, but it needed to be said. Siam's smile was a rare bird newly come to roost. The two had known each other for several years now. Back in the day, she had never known him to smile. As a change of habit, it felt unsettlingly like a sort of surprise attack.
知っている。そう忠告されて以来、笑わないよう努めていた。
I know. I've been trying my best not to ever since you first gave me that bit of advice.
まあ、俺たちの雇い主は苦行を美徳としている。笑わないというのは方針に合っているだろう。
Anyway, our employer values austerity. Not smiling ought to be our general policy. Kanan herself was equally guilty of a rare display. Her own sour expression had completely turned around. The only time she expressed human-like joy was when she and Siam were alone together. Her name was Kanan. Trained by Siam, a veteran mercenary, she had just turned 14 years old. Kanan was not her real name, but a nickname given to her 2 years prior. Hers was a familiar story. that of a child who had lost her parents and her village to the ravages of war. Unlike most who shared such a beginning, however, she had two major strokes of luck. The first was the ability she had been born with. The second was that she met someone who taught her how to foster that ability. As a girl orphaned by war, she had almost inevitably taken up arms. Making herself useful to the powers that surrounded her had been the only way to survive. The only people she could depend on, the only ones who gave her anything, were them. The moment she didn't meet their expectations, she would go back to being a mere orphan. And so this girl, a victim of war, fell under the protection of the warmongers, and was trained to be one of their soldiers. But then, she was picked up by a man, Xiang, who freed her from those who had robbed her of her past. He had no ideology. He was unlike the others she had known in her broken world. The wandering people who had formed a new nation to be their promised land. And the ones they had driven out, now wanderers themselves who styled themselves liberators. Xiang was a mercenary who had been hired by those would-be liberators, but he paid no heed to the ideologies of either side. He was a soldier who lived to fight, knowing he was unlikely to see the conflict's end during his lifetime. Conan didn't know how long Xiang had been working as a mercenary. By the time she wound up in his care, he was already a veteran worthy of her confidence. He told her that he'd been kicked out of the army, that he preferred solo missions where he could focus on his objective without worrying about fellow operatives. In that sense, he was something closer to an agent provocateur than an ordinary mercenary. Xiang was well aware of his distinct style and position. He sometimes revealed a hint of shame at the fact that the assignments he was given were not officially missions, mohima, but instead were referred to as jobs, or ma. Still, he was known as a valuable asset on the liberation front. They were a guerrilla organization facing off against superior Israeli forces. A lone mercenary who could carry out major operations by himself, he had fit in well with the guerrilla strategy. The fact that he was disposable if and when the time came was also quite appealing. And Kanan, once Xiang took her in, had grown not as a soldier, but as a specialized covert operative. That was her good fortune. The orphan's talents weren't particularly well suited to acting as part of a unit. She was far better at being a solo diversionist acting against the enemy organization. And so she had ceased to be a soldier, instead training as a diversionist. She fulfilled her new role adeptly. Xiang and Kanan had worked in concert as secret agents, infiltrating, gathering intel, conducting sabotage. She learned to operate without backup. Typically, one of the duo would sneak into enemy territory alone, while the other acted in a logistics or liaison role. Here and now, however, with their objective aboard this moving train, responding to an urgent request from their employer, the two were working together as a team.
でも、列車で輸送するってそんなに大きなものなの？今回のは。
So, if this train is the transport, the objective must be something big, right?
いや、物自体は個人で所有できる大きさらしい。
No, what we're after is apparently small enough to be carried on one's person.
中身は俺たちの管轄ではない。事実としてそれがあるかないかの確認が先だ。
We're not authorized to look at the contents. The first task is simply to confirm whether it's really on board or not.
なんだ、それならもう終わりだ。私とシャムで見て回ったんだから間違いないよ。
Well, in that case, the job's done. We've both been looking around, and I think it's pretty clear.
この列車は外れ。どこをどう見ても普通の車両だし、 おかしな手触りもないし。
This train is a bust, Conan sighed. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, and it doesn't feel wrong either.
輸送の予定が1日ずれたか、こっちの動きが漏れたか、そもそも初めからそんな計画はなかったってとこじゃない？
Either they're moving our objective at some other time, they got word that we would be here, or there was no such plan in the first place.
いや、今回の情報に限って空振りはない。信用できる提供者だからな。
No, the intel's solid. I trust the person who provided it. They'd received the intelligence just 2 days prior. Even by their own fast-moving standards, this job was inordinately rushed. A member of American military deployed in Iraq has contacted a Mossad agent. Indications suggest plan to deliver and hand over weapon. Board Iraq-Jordan Railway and gather intel. Recover payload if possible, destroy if not. Weapon to be transferred, enemy escort, and loadout all unknown. No logistical support will be provided during operation. It was uncertain why the enemy had chosen to move the mystery weapon along such a dangerous overland route, but the information came from a source that both Siam and the Liberation Front trusted absolutely. And the source had made it clear that the enemy forces were in a hurry to transfer this unknown new weapon. This was a tip that the Liberation Front could not overlook, and they directed Siam to act immediately. The situation was somewhat delicate because the enemy had decided to use a train that crossed the border as their means of transport. Given the tenuous political balance in the region, the Liberation Front couldn't risk open military action targeting an international train running from Iraq to Jordan. Political pressure from Israel and the US might have led the Jordanian government to give tacit consent to a weapons transfer. But if the freedom fighters intervene on a large scale, it would surely invite a military response. Worst case, things might spiral out of control and trigger yet another full-scale war in the Middle East. Thus, the job at hand required utmost secrecy. The enemy would disavow involvement in any clandestine transport, and those who moved against them must be similarly able to deny any involvement. Stopping and destroying the secret payload was a job for covert agents. And so Siam and Kanon had hurriedly boarded the train, where they'd been spending their time staring out the window. 4 hours had passed without any incident aboard. Now they were arriving at the halfway point in their journey, the Jordan border. There, abruptly, things began to change. Without warning, the train, which had hitherto seemed like a promise of safe passage, grew thick with the dangerous scent of an escort convoy. They're making adjustments to the train? What's up with that, Sion? I didn't hear that announced. I've never heard of that happening mid-journey.
レール幅の問題だ。これまでレールはスタンダードゲージだが、ここからはロシアの援助で規定された幅 1524mm のブロードゲージが残っているんだ。
The problem is with the rails. The ones we've been running on are standard gauge. Past this point, the tracks are all 1,524mm broad gauge that were installed with assistance from the Russians. 4 feet.
レール幅の異なる路線を運行する列車は1両ずつ車体を持ち上げ台車ごと車輪に付け替え
In order to run on the new rails, each of the train cars needs to be lifted up in sequence so their wheels can be replaced. The wheel exchange made for an extended delay. Each car in turn had to be removed from its couplings. Then each car was loaded onto a lift and refitted for the broad gauge tracks.
手間がかかるね。走れないの。ここから走れる列車に乗り換えればいいの。
This is going to take a while, Conan grumbled. I wish we could just transfer over to a train that could head on from here.
ダイヤのチームに文句を言うほど裕福な乗客はいないさ。
Well, the passengers on this train aren't rich enough to complain about a delay in the schedule.
荷物を改められるわけでもない。列車の乗客も無事に目的地に着けるならそれでいい。
In this way, the rail company doesn't need to change up the cargo. So long as the train and the passengers arrive safely at the destination, that's all that matters.
確かにいちいち文句を言うほど余裕はないのね。私たちには。
Yeah, I suppose we of all people have no cause for complaint.
けどシャム。
But Siam... Conan sensed that there was more going on than just the switching over of the train's wheels. The train was being expanded. A freight car, clearly meant to carry goods of higher quality, was being added, sandwiched between a new pair of passenger cars. A total of 3 new cars were added. The only passengers in the 2 compartments surrounding the freight car were armed soldiers.
青一色だ。1車両7名。合わせて10名。これも予定にあった。
All the same shade of blue. 7 soldiers per car, a total of 14. Were you expecting this?
ここまでは考えもしない。
No, I hadn't thought this far ahead.
貨車の増設か。あからさまだが事前対応が難しい。
Adding a new freight car, huh? Honestly, this would have been difficult to prepare for ahead of time. They were seeing a complex plan unfold, one that would be traceable after the fact, but which might be impossible to stop when it was in motion. They now faced a significant force of enemies that they might have to neutralize using only the firepower they had on their persons. Based on the orders Siam had received, there was 0 chance they received any backup.
あいつらが兵士なのは間違いないけど、どこの所属かまでは見えないよ。
They're definitely soldiers. Can't tell what army, though.
彼らが乗客に偽装した兵士であり、貨車が加わったのなら問題ない。イスラエル側の兵士かどうかは貨車の中身が証明してくれる。
They're soldiers disguised as passengers, and if they're here with the freight car, it won't be an issue. The contents of those cars will tell us if they're Israeli soldiers or not.
そうか。今わかるのは、私たちのことはバレてないってことか。
I see. So all we know right now is that they're not onto us?
連中、安全だと判断したからことに出たんだよね。
Looks like they've decided that everything's safe.
そういうことだ。問題は
Our only stroke of luck so far. The freight car transfer cast everything into doubt. It seemed to confirm that there was indeed a weapons delivery taking place. But recovering the payload was going to be more difficult than anticipated. The train transfer process finished without a hitch. Other passengers paid it little heed. Evidently, they were accustomed to this sort of delay.
強引な計画だね。おかげで応援を呼ぶことも装備の補修もできなかった。
Quite the fix our client has put us in. We can't call for backup, and we don't have a chance to resupply.
後先考えてない計画はやっぱり独特の善意から来るのね。
Fanatics never are very good at planning ahead, I suppose.
まあ周りが見えてないあたり強硬派らしいと言え
Or even stopping to sniff the air once in a while. Damn hardliners. At last, the train left the border behind. There were no planned stops between the frontier and Amman. Kanan and Siam needed to complete the job before the train arrived at Amman, which meant within the next 4 hours. The odds were 2 against 14. A difference of power so great it seemed absurd even to consider a plan of attack.
ザイームの配置ミスだよシャム。2人でやる仕事じゃない。あからさまに来るならいっそ爆破すればいい。停車中にセムテックスでも仕掛ければよかった。
There is Zaim messed up in assisting this mission, Siam. This isn't a job for 2 people. Given how black things are, we should just destroy the whole payload. We should have planted some semtex back when the train was stopped. C4.
乱暴だが効率的だな。俺たちの仕事が殲滅ならそれで行きたいところだ。
That would be dramatic, but effective. If annihilation was our job, I'd have leaned that way too. They had checked the cars pretty thoroughly before they departed. Sneaking something aboard the freight car would probably have been close to impossible.
じゃあどうするの？正面から14人はちょっときついよ。
So, what do? Taking on 14 soldiers head-on is a bit of a tall order.
いや、そんな賭け事をするまでもない。
No, we're not going to take that big a gamble.
人手なら増える。もう一人ここで合流する予定だ。
If you're worried about our numbers, that's going to change. Someone else is joining up with us here.
Eh?
Huh? Kanan was shocked. She felt an unfamiliar kind of fear. As far as she had known, Siam never teamed up with anyone but her.
失礼。同席するよ。
Pardon me, but I'd like to share your seat.
他の席は男ばかりでどうにも居づらいんでね。
The others are all occupied by men, and I prefer not to sit with them. As soon as the stranger spoke, Kanan saw Sam's color shift to a pale, pale blue, a bad sign.
失礼。同席するよ。
Pardon me, the newcomer repeated. I'd like to share your seat. Her voice was low. The muscles in her arms were taut like corded rope. Were taut like corded rope. To Kanan's eyes, her visage was a complex meld of shifting colors.
こいつ。
Is this? It went without saying. This was their sole reinforcement, their third teammate.
構わない。座ってくれ。
We don't mind. Please sit.
どうも。なあ、場所を譲ってくれないかお嬢さん。子供は保護者の横に座るものだ。その位置は私向けだろ。
Thanks. Say, mind letting me have your spot, miss? Children should sit next to their guardian. I should be in your place. Kanan sighed.
シャム、お嬢さんは耳が遠い？それともアラビア語はわからない？
Siam, is this young lady hard of hearing, or does she just not speak Arabic?
カナ、俺の横に座れ。彼女は今回の情報提供者で、我々の雇い主の一人だ。俺とは古い馴染みでもある。
Kanan, come sit next to me. This is one of our employers, the one who provided our intel. She's an old friend of mine. Kanan said nothing. But she did get up from her seat and sit next to Siam. She'd do as he'd asked, although she didn't trust this woman. She didn't like the way he said old friend. It brought up all her natural cynicism.
ご挨拶だな。シャム、この子がお前のバックアップか？
Charmed, I'm sure. Is this kid your backup, Siam?
いや、今回俺はダーファフだ。こいつはシナーン向けてな。腕は水準以上だが、村っ気がありすぎる。
No, I'm the protection this time around. She's more suited to offense. Her skills are the real deal, so is her attitude.
目の前に相手がいないと目を覚まさないのでは守りは任せられん。
But she's not lookout material. She only really gets going when there's someone to fight.
それはまだ訓練中というわけか。
Well, well. So, she's still in training? The woman regarded Kanan with a cold gaze. She gave the impression of a snake trying to sense the body temperature of potential prey.
いいね。可愛いじゃないか。タイプだよ。
She's cute. I approve.
で、その左手は人並みに動くのか。
How's her left arm? Can she move it all right?
訓練途中のお嬢さんは体の管理もできない半人前。
Or has your little lady in training not learned how to take care of herself yet? Kanan glared sidelong at the woman. She wasn't offended by the remark itself. The fact was that her left arm was still in pain. What unsettled her was this woman's powers of perception, able to detect Kanan's injury through the heavy cloak she wore.
動くよ。少しすりむいただけ。すぐ良くなるし、問題はない。
It's just a scratch. It won't be a problem.
そう。ならいいが、原因は傷をつけたのは列車に乗る前か乗った後か。
Okay, but how did it happen? Did you get injured before or after you boarded the train?
それでお前がまだ半人前の兵士か、ただの間抜けかわかる。
That'll tell me whether you're just half a soldier or simply a fool. Kanan did not reply.
だんまりか。おいシャム、どっちなんだ？
The silent treatment, huh? Hey, Siam, which is it? He didn't answer. Had she seen something in that silence?
はあ、そういうこと？
Of course. The stranger could read Siam's silence better than anyone, better than his own partner. The woman's stoic face grew just a shade brighter. Her smile was entirely sarcastic, but at least it was a display of human emotion. It was a smile as if to say, "Well done," as if Kanan's injury were some fated thing.
見たところ戦争孤児か。まったく懲りないなお前も。仕込みは何年になるんだ？
I'm guessing she's a war orphan? Seems you don't learn either. How long since you started working on her?
引き受けたのは2年前だ。
I took her in 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2003, the Middle East, a war orphan. All that information taken together left no question about just what battlefield she'd seen. The Iraq War. She had lived through the long night of a war that, for the winning side, had been little more than a display of overwhelming resources and overwhelming technology.
安心したよ。半人前だが心構えはあるわけだ。
That's a relief. She's only half a person, but at least she's ready.
では技術はこれから見させてもらおう。
I'm looking forward to seeing her skills in action.
お前が連れてくる以上は一発には鍛えられているだろうしな。
If you brought her along, Siam, her training must be sufficient. Now that she inferred Kanan's background, the woman's enmity seemed to abate. Their initial reluctance to trust each other had apparently been mutual. Kanan wasn't necessarily happy, but if this was the team Siam wanted, she would accept it. As the woman had observed, Kanan had been trained by Siam after all. And Siam's judgment was absolute. Kanan knew him as her instructor and mentor, the ideal soldier, utterly reliable. She turned her gaze away from the woman and looked out the window. The passing scenery drew out her memories of the life she had lived over the past few years. A girl who had lost all her relatives to war. The tale of a child who had never held a gun before, becoming a full-fledged soldier at the heels of a veteran mercenary. All of it came hazily drifting back into her mind. life I've had before was taken away by the war. The echoing of gunfire in the distance, the sound of buildings ablaze. I couldn't help but think how much smaller and simpler those sounds were than I'd imagined them to be from stories. No place had seemed safer to me than my house, and it was reduced to ruin by a single artillery shell. A few moments after that blast, a group of strange men came barging in. I could hear their heavy footsteps, their coarse voices muttering. "They're dead, they're dead. We killed them, we killed them." Luckily for me, my father had been thinking quickly and had sent me into the basement. Unluckily, he and my brothers were still in the living room when the blast hit. It wasn't just the furniture that was now gone without a trace. I sat in the basement thinking. From the men's conversation, I realized that they were looking for my father's corpse, my older brother's, and my own. I can remember every word those soldiers said. Something had clicked in my mind as I listened. I committed to memory how many men there were, what their voices sounded like, what names they called one another, so that I would never, ever forget. Focused on hearing their every word for the next hour, I felt neither fear nor boredom. I gathered that there was no trace of my father's body, but they had found my older brother's. Satisfied, the soldiers left. All of this happened when I was 12 years old. Trapped under the rubble, it was days before I was rescued. I lost my family and any place to belong. The adults who found me realized that I've suffered emotional scarring, but they didn't have the time to bother with that. "They're dead, they're dead. We've killed them, we killed them." Ah, yes. There are too many things one needs to do in life. In my case especially, I expect I'm going to be overworked. It was quite simple, the reason I took up arms. It was not atonement that I sought, but equal compensation for what I'd lost. Unjust usurpers. Deeds whose cost was reckoned in blood. I've still not been paid what I'm owed. The balance must be settled. I only ask as much as they took from me. That is why I carry on, never resting, with the relentless precision of a machine. It is simply a tale of sorrow giving way to resentment, giving way to cold reason. Was it odd that I never felt malice? Perhaps I could see too clearly. I could see things on a broader scale than others. Could see where the evil was, where the flaws were. Could see it all so clearly that I was dumbstruck into sheer objectivity. The weak are evil. My family, my father, people I should have been proud of had too many flaws. People of conscience, esteemed a righteous, people of conscious, esteemed a righteous society who's embraced, people of conscience who esteemed a righteous society, who embraced complicated and contradictory things, who tried to become good sheiks. Their many failings created enemies, invited war, and brought on their defeats. Violence was a vulgar thing, far beneath the cultured behavior of my father and brother, but it still had the final word over them in the end. We may have been cruel to those who would shame us, yet we have tolerated too many of those foreign invaders. Balance is key. One must clad oneself in complexities, yet be simple at the core. Taking action always requires a first step. If someone takes from you, you take it back. If they kill you, you kill them back. Action and reaction. We should have thought more simply. By perceiving everyone different than ourselves as our enemies, we brought on the war long before it was inevitable. Even if my father and brother had been operating in a vacuum, they probably would have done the same. But every family has so much kin to hold dear, so many others who cloud their perspective. Except for me. My family and my kin are utterly gone. Apart from the determination I already possessed, I knew I needed to hone myself. My growing skills as a soldier were necessary for me to achieve my goals, and more basically, necessary for me even to survive. My goals. In the beginning, that was all I really thought about. Once I become an orphan, I resolved not to rely on anyone. My trauma wouldn't let me trust anyone else. And yet, eventually, I wound up feeling a sense of trust for this man who found me and committed 2 years of training me. It was something I never thought I'd feel again.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長い奴はここにはいないそうだ。
There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice.
適任ではないがお前には俺がつくことになった。
I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Siam was always more freelancer than soldier. He belonged to a liberation movement, but he made his living taking on jobs as a reliable mercenary. I guess his role gave him a lot of freedom because, unlike a grunt who simply fired guns, he was allowed to act as a sort of instructor. He had no close ties within his organization, which was convenient for me. I'd taken up arms not because of any ethnic conflict, but for my own personal cause.
教官としての報酬を受け取ってはいるが、これは本契約ではない。時間の無駄は互いのためにもならない。お前に適合性がないと判断すれば、その時点で契約を切る。
I'm being compensated for teaching you, but that doesn't make this some kind of formal contractual arrangement. Neither of us should waste the other's time. If I decide you're not suited for what I'm teaching, I'm calling the deal off. Luckily for me, Siam ignored my unique background and upbringing, and simply trained me to be a fighter, growing as an instructor along the way.
銃は性能を裏切らない。オートマチックは兵士の戦闘能力を平均化する。
Good firearms will not limit your abilities. Automatic weapons act as equalizers for soldiers on the battlefield.
持つ側の技術が水準に達してしまえば、誰も彼も同じことしかできないようになっている。
If both sides have equal technology, then everyone is theoretically capable of the same things as everyone else.
逆を言えば、現在の水準に達していない銃を選んだ者は真っ先に振るい落とされる。
Conversely, if you have a gun that isn't up to modern standards, you'll be weeded out first.
お前が初めに覚えることは、手にしたものが良質か粗悪かを測る術であり。
The first thing you need to learn is the skill to tell whether the weapon in your hands is superior or inferior. Guns are simple, not nearly as complicated as people. You just pull the trigger. My father had handled weapons occasionally, but never showed me how to use one. Political struggle was his preferred form of conflict, and in the end, it was that bias that defeated him. I took up guns to avoid repeating his mistake, but also the feel of a metal grip in my hand seemed to suit me. At least, that was how it always felt to me. Maybe my fondness for weapons was deliberately ingrained into me by Siam's instruction.
女であることを忘れるな。どれほど優れた才能であろうと、体格は変えられない。
Don't forget that you're a woman. However superior your skills may be, you cannot change your physique.
複数の敵と拳銃で撃ち合うときは、最も近くにいる敵に向けて2発撃ち込む。命中していなくても、足指の付け根を軸に向きを変え、次の敵を撃て。敵を接近させるな。
If you're facing multiple opponents with a pistol, shoot at the nearest target twice. Even if you don't hit, pivot with your knees and fire at the next enemy. Keep them all engaged. Don't let them get close. I mastered the basics that first year. I say this not out of excess pride or self-confidence, but I was measurably the best of the soldiers other than Siam himself. After that, Siam and I began working jobs together. Siam was against it at first, but I had the ability, and he at least had the objectivity to acknowledge that fact. He was an exceptional teacher, and I was even more exceptional student. I was an ideal subordinate, an inhuman combatant willing to use whatever I deemed useful to get an edge. I had countless brushes with death out on the battlefield. The reality of war is that people die regardless of their tech, their experience, their abilities. I ought to have accepted that reality when I lost my family. I ought to have accepted that reality when I lost my family, but it was the battlefield that made the truth completely clear. The society into which I've been born seeks to assign value not just in monetary terms, but for individual dignity and even ideologies. But only death is truly impartial. I was able to survive through all of this largely thanks to Sion's aptitude. He wound up protecting me countless times when my inexperience put me in peril. His intervention was not out of any fondness for me, but rather a cool calculation in the interest of completing the mission. He knew I could be counted on. Never much to look at, he accrued even more scars in the course of rescuing his risk-prone student. There was almost no place that he hadn't been shot, except somehow in the head. Maybe there was a trick to that. I wanted to ask him secretly, but there was no allowance for questions while he was my shield. I could only make such small talk once his time as my protector had come to an end. And even then, up until this very moment, there'd never been a good time to ask. I had just wound up believing that Sion would never die. That no matter how many times people opened fire on him, he simply wouldn't get hit where it really mattered. That was all probably a delusion on my part, of course, but the fact was that he didn't just die. Of course, his heart had already died some time before. Bullets couldn't kill someone who was already dead. He deserved my trust. We were of the same breed, he and I. Sion would always have my back, no question.
稀に超人的な兵士が現れる。
Every once in a while, a truly exceptional soldier turns up. Superhuman.
この先長く傭兵を続けていれば、そういう旗迷惑なものに出会うだろう。
Keep up your mercenary career long enough, you'll run into one sooner or later. My training was complete. I was no longer a student, but a mercenary, and this is what Siam had to tell me. I responded with sarcasm. What was this, some Hollywood script? Siam had never really joked with me before.
いや、SF ではなく現実の話だぞ。
No science fiction. This is as real as it gets.
兵士同士の戦闘、個人装備の性能の向上は頭打ちだ。戦場において一個の兵士は均等に死んでいく。次は俺のターン、その次はお前のターンといった風にな。
On the battlefield, individual gear and skills can only carry a soldier so far. Death comes for us all equally. My turn could be next. After that, might it be you, you know.
だが中にはその平等を覆す怪物がいる。
But in the midst of that sort of deadly equality, there are monsters who can overturn the balance. Siam went on to tell a story of two soldiers, one wielding a revolver and one an automatic handgun. The wildly anachronistic revolver was no match for the automatic. Even disregarding magazine size, a higher rate of fire meant superior firepower, period. A machine pistol capable of firing 3-round bursts would turn the revolver user into Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese. Three bullets.
そう、リボルバーとオートでは話にならない。
It's not about the technical limitations of the revolver versus the auto.
それが俺たちの認識であり、同時に兵士としての限界でもある。
It's about our awareness of those limitations, and at the same time about our own limits as soldiers. Siam went on, talking about how similar weapons could equalize the ability of soldiers, and about those who had removed that collar from themselves and deviated from the equilibrium. For instance, the unparalleled gunfighter capable of rapid fire like that seen in a Hollywood western, the type of character who'd actually existed. Experts who could fan the hammer, unloading five shots at a target in a span of a single second. Of course, simple rapid fire alone wasn't worth fearing. It had to be accompanied by the skill to put it on target. Siam had probably been just trying to offer an explicit example of a time when exceptional human skill could surpass the capabilities of the available hardware. It had all seemed too fantastical, but he had been dead serious. Apparently, he'd run across some such rule breakers in the past.
生まれついての戦争や重機の申し子、強運の塊、我々とは違う身体の機能、そういったものを持つ超人は稀に現れる。
Born warmongers, patron saints of small arms, lucky souls, people with different physical capabilities than you or I.
身体機能に天性の差があるのは言うまでもないが、その才能がピタリと戦争に符合する幸運な兵士。
Natural differences in physical prowess, sure, but also talents perfectly suited for war, maestros of the battlefields.
戦場でのみ人間の規格から逸脱し、一個の兵士では起こし得ない戦果を上げるもの。出会ってしまった兵士にとっては嵐のようなものだ。
Soldiers far outside the norm, who could accomplish things no single soldier should be able to. When you meet an enemy like that, it's like staring down a storm. Still, even according to Siam, such supermen could only deal with 3 or 4 opponents within any given moment. So, assuming you had 5 or more to attack them in that moment, there'd be no problem taking them down. I was relieved. He wasn't talking mere fiction, but he also wasn't just telling some joke. So then, what was his story all about?
お前は超人ではないが、極限ではある。それを自ら承知しているのも知っている。
You're not a super person, but you are superb. And moreover, you know yourself.
だからこそ気をつけろ。
Still, that's all the more reason to be on your guard.
5体の境界を誤らず、己の才能に頼るな。
Don't misjudge your body's limitations, and don't depend too much on your own skill.
お前は完成されている。自分の性能を正しく把握しているのなら、決して破れることはない。
You are complete. So long as you have a proper grasp of your own capabilities, you won't be defeated. Thus did Siam acknowledge my ascendance to the status of a warrior. It was an achievement to be proud of, to be seen as his sole peer as a combatant, perhaps even his better. More than anything, the esteem I held for Siam was a reflection of the esteem he showed me. We were the same. That's why, when the time came, I had scarred my left arm. I wanted a physical symbol of our connection. Introductions were a simple affair. Siam had no need to give his name. Kanin had no interest in the woman's, and the woman seemed satisfied with what she knew of the other two.
呼び方はシャムとお嬢さんでいい？
Shall I just call you Siam and young lady then? The newcomer asked.
問題がないのな。そちらの今の名前は。
Siam shrugged. If you're okay with that, what name are you going by now?
ああ、連携は必要だな。 カナンというのはどうだ？
Ah, yes. I suppose we'll need that to coordinate. How does Kanan work? Kanan couldn't suppress a sound of irritation. She tugged wordlessly on Siam's coat, like a pouting cat, staking a claim to what it wanted for its own.
すまない。それは問題がある。
Sorry, but that might pose a problem, Siam replied.
冗談だ。今は定かで通している。
I'm joking, the woman said. I'm actually going by Sedekwa these days. Getting spontaneity.
それじゃ、そろそろ本題に入ろうか。
Now then, shall we get down to the matter at hand? Sadaka explained how the job would unfold. They'd wait until the train had traveled for an hour beyond the border before moving against their objective. Hopefully, they could finish the mission an hour before their arrival in Amman. Kanan peered at Siam's face as he and Sadako spoke. His color was, as always, blue. That shift earlier to an unluckier color, the cloudy whiteness of an unfamiliar stranger, had lasted only for a moment.
目的となる貨物車両は3両目。その前後である第2と第4車両にはそれぞれ7人ずつ護衛が配置されている。うち第4車両の2人は定期的に後部車両の見回りをするのだ。
Our objective is in the freight car, number 3, Sadako explained. 7 guards apiece are stationed in cars 2 and 4 to either side. It looks like 2 of the guards from car 4 leave to patrol the back end of the train at set intervals.
そう、噂をすれば。
And speak of the devil. Without even shifting her gaze, Kanan could confirm the presence of 2 soldiers moving through the car in which she sat. 2 blue blotches passing by. The color of alert escorts. A rending, inorganic blue. The color of fighters skilled in the use of the guns they carried. People who were this color usually rubbed Kanan the wrong way. Just being near them made her uncomfortable. Siam was a contradictory counterexample. Despite his dangerous hue, he eased her nerves. But whether the colors expressed themselves as painful or gentle didn't mean anything. The colors were merely colors. Whether warm or cold, everything was done neatly in simple colors, as if painted with run-of-the-mill materials.
列車の最後尾は同じく貨物列車だが、こちらに積まれているものは至って健全な物資だ。最悪の場合、ここに籠城できないこともない。
The last car on the train is also a freight car, but everything in there is ordinary goods. If worse comes to worse, we could conceivably hole ourselves up in there, Sadako said.
ま、催涙弾の一つでも投げ込まれればおしまいだがね。
Of course, if someone were to toss in a tear gas grenade or something, we'd be done for.
いや、交戦は避ける。
Let's try to stay away from any direct conflict, Siam said.
目撃者も犠牲者も出すなというのがオーダーだ。
The orders were to avoid both casualties and eyewitnesses.
ことは秘密裏に。
Agreed. We infiltrate the freight car.
連中が私たちに気づくのは列車がアンモンに到着し何もかも立ち去った後か。
Enemy won't know we were ever here until the train arrives in Amman, and we're already long gone.
いいね。それは私の注文通りだ。
Over and done. Perfect.
では確認する。
Let me just confirm then, Siam replied.
輸送の真偽が明らかになった。我々の目的はこれの奪還に移行する。変更点は
We've established that they're transporting the weapon. Now, our objective is to recover it and get out. Any changes to that?
ない。スポンサーとして同志の行動に期待し、また私もこれに参加する。
None. You do your part and I'll do mine. It had been just over 5 hours since they boarded the train. Conan felt a sense of relief that at long last the action she'd been anticipating would finally commence. Their objective was to recover the parcel and the freight car toward the front section of the train. They would infiltrate the car without alerting the guards, acquire the payload, and then disembark from the train as if they were just normal passengers. Top priority was acquiring the item, secrecy was secondary. If it turned out that they needed to take the payload by force, they'd been given permission to initiate combat. Violence was definitely on the table. If it came to that. If they were detected, they'd wind up in a 3-on-14 shootout aboard a train.
OK。私とシャムの役割はわかる。けど、この女は何をするんだ？そもそもどうしてスポンサーが出向いてくる？
Okay, Conan said. I know what you and I are doing, Siam. What's her job, though? Why is our sponsor even here in the first place?
彼女の専門は暗号破りだ。
She's a code-breaking specialist.
本来なら別の人間を手配するんだが、急な話だったからな。昨日の時点で合流できる専門職は彼女しかいなかった。
Ordinarily, they wouldn't have sent the sponsor personally, but time was of the essence. When the plan fell into place yesterday, she was the only operative available to make the rendezvous.
暗号破りって、それなら。
And so they sent a codebreaker?
そうすねるな。この道ではこいつは一流だ。お前もいい経験になるさ。
Don't be like that. She's an expert at what she does. This will be a good experience for you.
随分とらしくないな、シャム。
How not like you, Siam, Sadako said.
カナンという子供にほだされたというのは本当だったか。
I guess the rumors about you going soft over some kid were true.
人一倍手がかかっているだけだが。
She's just causing me an epic amount of trouble.
そんな話が触れ回っているのか。
Why? Is that the sort of story that's been going around?
いいや。我々がカナンという優秀な人材を手に入れたという話ぐらいさ。
No, we just heard that you picked up some extremely capable individual named Kanan.
私もまさかこんなお嬢さんとは思っていなかったが。
I didn't expect she'd be like this young lady here, though.
私もお前みたいな女がスポンサーとは知らなかった。知ってたら2年もいなかった。
Well, I didn't know someone like you was our sponsor, Conan replied. Not that we've seen much of you over the past 2 years.
それは違うな。私は多くの支援者のうちの一人だよ。指導者じゃない。だいたい一紛争に本腰を入れるほど暇じゃないんだ。
You've got the wrong idea. I'm only one of many of your supporters. I'm not a mentor. I don't have the time to play an individual part in every little scuffle.
そのくせ、こんな仕事に顔を出してるじゃないか。
But you've got time to show up in person for a job like this?
別件で近くに来ていてね。そのついでだよ。
As it happens, I do, Sadako replied. I was already nearby, dealing with another matter.
今回はネタがネタだし、無視するわけにもいかんだろう。
And given the details of this mission, I couldn't simply ignore it.
すればよかったのに。こんなの私とシャムだけで十分だ。
I wish you had. Siam and I can handle this on our own. The enmity between the two had become like a steady rhythm, driving along their conversation. It did make them interesting to listen to, for better or for worse.
定か。その別件とは何か問題でも？
What do you mean by another matter, Sadako? Siam asked. Were you here because there was some problem?
ほう。
Kanan was intrigued. Siam wasn't the kind of person to ask irrelevant questions. Had he twigged something that might affect the mission? Whatever the case, Sadako smiled pleasantly.
プロジェクトの一つに問題が出てきてね。
An issue cropped up in one of our projects.
人材の調査と兵器の不具合の2点だ。
I've been looking into the personnel involved, along with a flaw in a weapon.
そうだな。例えば、お前が懐に飲んでるものは殺傷能力が高い武器という触れ込みだが、当たったのに効果がないとクレームがあったとしたらどうだ？
Here's an example. How would you feel if you were dealing with a gun that you expected to be quite lethal, but which an observer claimed had no effect whatsoever?
何それ？そんなの不具合どころの話じゃない。
What's that supposed to mean? You're not talking about a flaw there, Conan said.
れっきとした欠陥商品じゃないか。
That would just be a completely defective piece of hardware.
ああ、その通りだお嬢さん。今まで信頼していたものに欠陥があったでは、我々の信頼に関わる。
Yes, young lady. Exactly. When there's a defect in something you've always trusted, it affects that trust.
無視してもいい不安要素なんだが、取り除けるなら取り除いた方が商品になるからね。
You could ignore it and hope it won't cause you trouble, but you're better off ridding yourself of something that isn't up to snuff.
現地に行って問題点とやらを確認し、しかるべき対処法を提出する。つまらない仕事さ。
When such a situation arises, I head on site, assess whatever problems there are, and recommend appropriate courses of action. It's a boring job.
近頃はこんな小遣いばかりだ。コードブレイカーならぬリスクブレイカーというところか。
These days, I'm basically a maid. Less a code breaker and more a risk breaker, you could say.
そう。偉そうにしてるけど、誰かの小遣いなのは変わらないんだ。
I see. So you act all important, but that doesn't change the fact that you're just running errands.
まったくだ。まるで戦争の使いだよ。
Through battlefields, yes. Sadako brushed aside Conan's insult with an air of confidence. Conan scowled. The woman was so sure of herself. She turned away and gazed out at the scenery outside, and then she realized the snack she'd been gnawing on was gone.
シャム。
Siam, Conan hissed.
今日は多いな。そんなに不満か。
Take it easy, Conan, Siam said. I know you're under a lot of stress.
シャム、話の途中だが、少しいいか。
Siam, Sadako interjected. Do you mind if I interrupt real quick?
簡潔に済むのなら。
So long as you keep it quick.
ああ。さっきから気になっていたんだが、お前の相棒は何を食べてる？新手の携帯食か。
Sure, so I noticed that your partner has been nibbling on something. What is it? Some kind of new snack?
そんなもんだ。試すか。
That's right. Wanna try some? Without saying anything, Sadako took one of the offered treats. She tore open the paper wrapper on one end, then stuck the contents between her teeth like a cigarette, just as Conan had. Conan watched her resentfully, knowing what she was tasting. The simple, unpretentious sweetness. The purity of concentrated sugar.
ではなく、そのものだ。
Sugar? Sadako said.
ただの砂糖じゃないかこれ。
Is that really all this is?
ああ、シュガースティックを固めたものだ。乾燥して固形化したものを見つけて以来、大のお気に入りでな。今じゃ注射器を使って固形化している。品質で言うなら日本製のものがいいそうだ。
Yes, hardened sticks of sugar. They're dried and formed into shapes. Become big fans ever since we found them at a market. Nowadays they use injectors to shape them. The best ones come from Japan, I hear. Conan focused on gnawing her own stick, not really listening to Siam's explanation. There was a brief silence. Sadako let out a sullen sniff.
思考だな。うまいのか？
You have strange tastes. You really like these things?
無駄がないのはすごく美味しい。
Yeah, I like that there's nothing to get in the way of the flavor. Sadako raised an eyebrow dubiously. The time had come. They got up from their seats without a sound. Draped in their hoods, Kanan and Sadako made their way through the train, doing their best to draw no attention. Siam had put together a timeline. They should spend no more than 30 minutes at most on the infiltration. In addition to the soldiers stationed in the passenger cars, it was possible that the enemy also had lookouts disguised as normal passengers. A seat left open for too long might arouse unwanted suspicion. The team needed to sneak into the freight car, obtain the payload, and return to their seats without a single minute wasted. Siam was too tall and muscular to be well suited for infiltration. He would hang back and act as the girls' rear guard, and if the operation was discovered, his task would be to secure an escape route for them.
最後尾についた時計の合わせを。
We're in position, Sadako called in one of the tiny voice-activated radios that the three carried. Synchronize watches. She and Kanan prepared to make their way to the final objective in the freight car up ahead. Despite their clashing personalities, they moved almost like twins as they went about their work. It was evidence that their training had instilled them with similar priorities.
確認するな。携帯しているのはベレッタと断層だけか。
Just so I'm clear on this, Sadako said. All you're bringing is that Beretta and one spare magazine.
お前こそ銃はそれだけでいいのか？
Yeah, hope you're okay with that.
ああ。戦闘になった場合、迎撃はお前に任せる。今回の私の仕事は暗号破りだ。接続用の PC と護身用に一丁あればいい。
Yes, if it comes to a firefight, I'll let you handle shooting back. My job here is code breaking. As long as I have my PC and someone to cover me, I'm good. Both of them were going in with a minimal loadout. As a covert agent in enemy territory, that made Conan uneasy, but then if a fight did break out here, the mission was already a partial failure. The organization couldn't spare equipment for a team that only needed it if they fouled things up.
お嬢さん、ルートの確認は？
Have you checked the route?
ルートそのものは問題ない。あるとしたらそっちは大丈夫かってことぐらい。
The route's fine as long as you're fine.
いいの？これ頭脳労働じゃないよ。
This isn't going to be desk work.
専門外だが、その程度のリスクは多さ。それなりに経験もある。
Not my specialty, but an acceptable level of risk. This isn't my first rodeo.
お前は乗り物酔いはするタイ
What about you? You ready for this?
暴れ馬には慣れてるし、動くものから落ちたこともあんまりない。
I've ridden my share of wild horses. Once I get on, I don't fall off.
プ。上等。勇ましいね、お嬢さん。
Quite the swashbuckling little heroine, aren't you?
では、サーカスの始まりだ。
Let's get this circus started. The garb that the two girls wore under their cloaks was quite different from the norm of Middle Eastern women. Aside from the fact that one wore red and the other black, their outfits were rather similar. Both of them had dressed for maximum freedom of movement.
潜入経路に問題はない。行動を開始する。
No problems with the infiltration route, Sadako reported. We're on the move. With all the casual air of a traveler going for a stroll, and without any hesitation whatsoever, she headed for the outside of the train. and problems with the infiltration route were on the move. The call cut out. From here on, the team would retain radio silence except in cases of emergency. As the girl's backup, Sion had to decide on a course of action. He could try making his way through the inside of the train, heading straight toward the sequestered freight car. It would make him obvious, but that would at least draw the guards' attention onto him for a time. He had no intention of trying to get into the freight car itself, of course. His goal would be simply to draw the guards' eyes. He could claim to be on his way to meet a friend. The guards would be sure to intercept him and try to usher him away from the freight car. While that was going on, Connor inside a car would hopefully be able to sneak inside. But it seemed that wasn't going to be an option. There were no ordinary passengers in the cars where the guards were posted. If the thing they were protecting was what Sion thought it was, these guards would be good. Any unusual action he took would provoke them and only heighten their alertness. He didn't want to do anything to complicate things for the girls. He decided that his best course of action was just to stay ready in case things went bottoms up. He checked the gun he hidden at his feet. Then he pictured in his mind the guards in the nearest compartment, their builds, their gear, their positions. Veteran fighter though he was, he could think of no good way to make up for the sheer difference in numbers. If a fight did break out, it would still be 1 against 7. To break through an enemy position held by soldiers who knew what they were doing, he'd have to completely abandon his own better judgment.
自分から上がろうとしたのはあらゆる強運を取り戻すか。
Those who are willing to rise above themselves and overcome any stroke of luck. He was reminded of a story he'd been told as a student, a fable involving a board game. Life was represented by the board. There was a clear, defined endpoint. One proceeded toward the end, but dire pitfalls had been set up on the way to the goal. It was a valuable lesson. One shouldn't have a goal in life. Or rather, one shouldn't think of the end as the goal. The proper way to live one's life was to realize it was already over. One must focus on the moment. This game of striving for the goal, or the end, it was just a way of rushing headlong towards one's death. The priorities were backwards. One shouldn't have a goal in life. One shouldn't seek meaning in oneself. To seek reward. To seek proof that you've lived by achieving some hypothetical endpoint. That was a fool's game. Sam's ability to live without hunting for such proofs was one of the very few things on which he prided himself as a mercenary. Slipping his gun out of its hiding place, Sam narrowed his eyes slightly. Until now, he had been a lone soldier, put to use however his employers deemed necessary. He held no tenets, no opinions. He acknowledged that he was an instrument of war. He acknowledged that this was an age where such instruments were necessary. How many battlefields had he passed through? He could see no value in trying to sum up such experience with some complex, ever-shifting philosophy. There were those who would wage war, and those who would try to end it, and tools were necessary for both of those ends. That was all the justification a soldier needed. Warriors fought, and then they died. There was no room for anything resembling a normal life. That's who they were, demons, not men. To Siam, to this mercenary, this was a simple fact. His watch showed that 6 minutes had passed. 24 minutes to go. By then, they would all know if they had failed or succeeded. It was too long and yet too short. A gulf of time for him to fill with his own rusting memories. He had been born into an age of enduring conflict. 1948, the first Arab-Israeli War, which started with the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel. Man, Palestine can't catch a break even back here. Save the Palestinians, please. Over 800,000 displaced Arab refugees. A conflict between those who had formed their own nation at the end of their wandering and those who would now never be able to return to those lands. 1956, the tripartite aggression over the Suez Canal. Any attempts at negotiation or diplomacy were ineffective. The Middle Eastern hegemony shifted into the hands of two nations, further deepening the turmoil. And then 1964. The Palestinian Liberation Organization was formed to retake its founder's rightful homeland. His homeland. Oh man. Like, I'm not really one to follow politics and stuff, but yikes. 4 years prior, he'd been born in a region west of the Jordan River. Like the other young men of fate who had thrown themselves into the liberation movement, he too had chosen a path of belief. But his beliefs were too rigid, too severe. He did not know or value compromise. He learned to focus on what he could accomplish as a soldier, and strove to become one of the elite, in order to end the fighting as soon as possible. He believed that this was the very best that he could do. The organization he joined in his teens was small, but it had affiliated itself with the PLO, and then joined up with Colonel Gaddafi's camp, which had provided its members the necessary soldier's education. Infighting, however, gradually reduced the organization's numbers. He used the '82 Lebanon War as his opportunity to temporarily distance himself from the PLO, and had thrown himself instead into the fighting in Afghanistan. That was when he had acquired the name Siam. He acted as a military instructor for Islamic volunteer soldiers from Thailand. The students had bestowed upon him the former name of their kingdom. A new name. And when he accepted this new moniker, something that represented something other than himself, he had ceased to be the young man who sacrificed himself for his ideals. At the request of some former acquaintances, he returned to the PLO in 1990. Yet again, infighting had brought the organization to the brink of collapse, and he'd been tasked with helping to restructure it. It was around then that he reached his current standing. The sub-organization that he belonged to was in dire financial straits, and so to keep it solvent, its members had begun taking on mercenary contracts for covert ops from the PLO and Islamic extremist groups that were former affiliates. He'd been a soldier for over 30 years. For all that time, he had fought and he had survived. The fighting had honed him on every level. Much of it had been purely mercenary, to secure funding to keep his organization afloat. They recognized that as being meaningful in its own way. In order to tip the balance in the fighting within their own country, his compatriots needed to encourage other nations to go for each other's throats. Accepting this as the evil that it was, they continued to wield the hammer of justice. Eventually, he had seen so much that he no longer felt the evil. And then, he no longer even felt the justice. Ever the consummate soldier, he was too grounded in harsh reality to deceive himself with flowery words or abstract ideas. Everything that he truly understood he'd come to realize while in the battlefield. And one thing had become completely clear. fighting that raged through his homeland would not end during the lifetimes of his generation. His own existence was nothing more than a blip on the battle radar, a tiny detail in the midst of something vastly larger than himself. Bit by bit, his once rigid faith gave way to something more nihilistic. Times changed, and so did values. At some point, the human heart went on to change as well. His changed convictions left him alienated, and he reformed himself into a solitary soldier. He longed for battle, yet felt no commitment to any particular conflict. And so, despite his legendary record in uniform, he became a mercenary outside the military establishment. His compatriots began to view him as nothing but a warmonger who fought without beliefs, and they were not so far from wrong. No longer a true partisan of any cause, what he was much harder to define. Ultimately, he was a jack of all trades. Recruit training, guarding VIPs, intelligence operations, subversive activities, he tackled them all. One thing led to another until he arrived at the last major job he'd undertaken as a soldier. The theater was the Iraq War. It was a battle on the fringes, unrelated to the main conflict itself. And there he found a girl who had lost everything, her kin and community all victims of collateral damage. The tragedy that struck her had unfolded in a single day. When Siam found her, a chance discovery as he was making his way through the area, it was a miracle that she was even breathing. According to the reports, the entire population of the village had been annihilated. Friend or foe, there were no possible survivors. And yet, Siam had found one. He had taken on this war, and that included aiding any civilians once the fighting was over. Even if he knew it was someone unlikely to last much longer than another day. And yet, in defiance of his expectations, the girl clung desperately to life. She pulled herself back from the brink of death, pieced her broken pieced her broken psyche back together, and declared that she wanted to live. Easier said than done. This child had no relatives, and all records of her family had been wiped out. In order for her to live, she would need to be reborn as a soldier.
素人を鍛えられるほど気の長いやつはここにはいない。
There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice.
適任ではないが、お前には俺がつくことになった。
I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Perhaps because something fascinated him about this new responsibility. He took on the task. To say that the girl wasn't soldier material would have been an understatement. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was less than a 0. Her personality was an issue. She was whimsical, and able to keep her emotions in check, and capable of working as part of a cohesive unit. Her general knowledge and awareness of local customs were also sadly lacking. She could read and write, but there was something fundamentally broken about how she processed information. She called the sun blue. At first, Siam figured that she'd simply been taught the word blue to refer to what most people acknowledged as yellow. It wasn't long before he was disabused of this notion. The girl wasn't wrong, everyone else was. The things she said weren't untrue from her perspective. To her, the sun did look blue. She was still able to distinguish the color yellow from the color blue the same as anyone else. But she had a very peculiar condition, very rare, but known to humankind for centuries. Synesthesia. She was just like us, except in how she perceived the world. Words would come to her as shapes, sounds as smells, moods as colors. It had isolated her within her own village and thereby saved her life. That isolation was also why she had no initial aptitude for soldiering. She struggled to work within an organization, as those around her struggled to understand how she operated in a group environment. Siam had no doubt that she was the only soldier he ever trained who could make eye contact with another person and instantly understand where they fell short, and what she could do to make up for it. Running her in a standard squad was almost impossibly difficult. Siam soon found that he often needed to give his new novice his undivided attention.
まだ銃が怖いのか?
He's still afraid of guns. In terms of trained reactions and physical skills, there was nothing more that he could teach her. She'd mastered shooting and all the fundamentals of his standard physical training. And yet, she was still an astoundingly timid girl. Afraid of the battlefields, afraid of guns, afraid of the trigger. She even seemed afraid of loading a magazine. Every day, Siam found himself thinking she wasn't cut out for this. But every day, she threw herself back into the training, facing all the things she feared. Revenge, he began to suspect. No doubt, she wanted the ability to fight so that she could strike back at the nameless bunch who had taken her village and her family away from her. She wants to be like me, Siam thought. She wanted to kill. No, she wanted the strength to be able to kill, and then immediately to put that killing behind her.
その必要はない。死が怖いのはお前が安全を知っているからだ。
You don't have to be afraid of guns, you know. You fear death because you've known safety.
恐怖は残しておけ。過去は克服しなければならないが、この世には安全があることも忘れてはならない。
Leave the fear behind. You need to conquer your past, but you also can't forget that safety does exist in this world. She was still a respectable human being, not a soldier. He and she were cut from different cloth. Realizing that made him wonder if there was anything he could truly teach her.
当たり前のことを守れ。射撃の基本はそれだけだ。有効射程外からは撃つな。先に引き金を引け。相手から当たらない場所から当てろ。
Sharpshooting is all about fundamentals, he said. Fire only at targets within range. Fire from cover, fire first.
以上だ。覚えるのは簡単だが行うのは難しい。自分なりに工夫しろ。それともう一つ。これは覚えるのも行うのも簡単だ。
That's it. Easy to remember, but hard to pull off. Make it your own. Oh, and one other thing.
交戦したのなら、必ず相手の息の根は止めておけ。
If you do get into a gunfight, make sure the other guy never gets back up again. She wanted it, that much was clear. And while she might never make much of a rank-and-file soldier, there were better things for her to do than learn regulations and squad tactics. She could survive best on her own. Away from the conventional battlefield, she began to achieve startling results on extreme solo missions. The more skilled her opponent, the more she rose to the challenge. She was a natural-born duelist. No, that wasn't quite right. The girl was an assassin. Siam had to admit that she improved each and every day. The almost daily change of pace was good for him too as a teacher. The only problem was the source of her motivation.
お前はまだ復讐を考えているな。
You're still thinking about revenge, aren't you? She fell into her typical sullen silence, a scolded child, unwilling to tell a lie. Inwardly, Siam acknowledged his misstep in judgment. She might have the makings of a perfect assassin, but the assassin's life would never be a good fit for her.
それはいい。復讐は忘れるな。
Good, he said. Hold on to your vengeance.
一族の恥辱は注げ。 だがそれはやるべきことの一つであって全てではない。
Repay the insult to your people. But don't stop there. You're capable of much, much more.
同じことをするだけの機会にはなるな。憎悪に身を任せるのはたやすいが、それでは生きる屍になる。
Don't become a machine stuck repeating the same motions. Take the easy way out. Give yourself over to hatred and you'll die inside. Maybe there were no more physical skills to teach her, but he still needed to give this girl the mental training a warrior required to survive.
覚えておけ。憎しみに憎しみで当たっては意味がない。
Remember this, Kanan. Hatred for its own sake is meaningless.
カナン。憎しみには義務で当たらなければ救われない。
If your hatred isn't tempered by a sense of duty, you will be lost. That lesson, or admonishment, was the one thing he held on to in the wake of his own disillusionment. His heart bore scars that would never heal. Revenge was a prize without reward, claiming it could break you if your heart was made of anything less than steel. And so he told her to harden her heart into something that could not be broken. He only hoped it was enough. Even steel wore away over time, bit by bit. A year had passed since then. A year that felt like a day. Now one thing in particular rose in his mind. Before this job, for perhaps the first time ever, Kanan had asked him for something. She wanted a tattoo just like his. He'd had no choice but to agree. There had still been one day to go before the job, so they'd gotten it done on location before boarding the train. The tattoo, a snake, represented bad luck and loneliness to the locals. She didn't care. She saw it in a kindred spirit, a creature driven by the same nothingness that fueled herself in Siam. The timid girl and the black snake. If he gave himself over to sentiment, he might have said that the black snake looked somewhat uncomfortable there, coiled on this arm of this girl bent on survival. Claws slithered silently along the underside of the train, suspended just above the ties, hurtling past beneath them. The slightest mistake, and whoever made it would be instantly reduced to an unrecognizable smear of meat. Hey, Sadako hissed. Pick up the pace. She was taking point. Kanan silently complied. She concealed her foul mood, but not so well that Sadako couldn't see it. Clearly, she didn't like their chosen route. Would you have preferred the roof? Sadako asked. Kanan rolled her eyes. The roof is death. But you did lie. This is no circus. Sadako let out an appreciative chuckle. Had the little princess been expecting some more elegant means of reaching their target? If this doesn't suit you, I guess I'll just have to play King Kong next. You like the Empire State Building, yeah? I don't know what you're talking about, Kanan said, but you're making fun of me, aren't you? Of course. Shooting the breeze like this is so delightful. Normal small talk is just a bother. When you can mouth off in a situation like this, you'll never be bored. Kanan furrowed her brow. She might not ever find it in herself to like Setakwa, but it did seem like they shared a very quirky sense of humor. The doors to the freight car were shut with combination locks. It seemed like an outdated technology for protecting the classified material the car was carrying. Evidently, the enemy had been forced to make use of what they had available. Sadako quickly punched in a numerical sequence and the lock opened. She had acquired the code sequence before arriving on the train, due diligence for a code breaker.
なんだ、守りは扉のロックだけか。
What? That's their security? Sadako said as they stepped into the car.
中に何人かいると思ったんだが、セキュリティに自信があるのか、それともトップが間抜けなのか。
I was expecting a crowd inside. Either they're really confident or complete idiots. The break-in had been disappointingly easy. They surveyed the freight car's interior, still anticipating a further challenge. The space was divided into two compartments. One was sealed and held the item they were after, while the other, in which they now stood, housed a console room for managing the first.
監視窓から確認できるな。目的はあれだ。物自体は小さい。もともとはフォートデトリック製のものだよ。それを秘密裏にイラク派遣された米軍生物戦実験部隊からイスラエル側のモサドが受け取ったんだそうだ。
Can you see it through the observation window? Sadako said. That's what we're after in the case there. The object itself is small. It was made at Fort Detrick. Apparently Mossad struck a secret deal with a U.S. biological warfare expedition unit deployed in Iraq and got them to hand it over to the Israelis.
話によると、最終的にはケース台のものに収納されたということだが。
Based on what I was told, it'll be in something the size of a briefcase.
じゃあ、このドアを壊して、あのケースも壊す？
Kanan mused. So we just bust the door down and smash open the case?
壊さないよう私が呼びつけられたんだが。
I was advised not to break anything.
こいつを運び込んだスタッフのように、さも普通に中に入り、ケースを開け、誰に咎められることもなく運び出すのが理想だ。
So, we go in like we belong here, open the case, and get out before anyone's the wiser.
ああ、お前は休んでいていい。そっちの仕事は護衛がいた時の梅雨払いだからな。ここからは私の領分だ。
You just sit tight. Your part of the job assumed there'd be guards. The rest of this is my area of expertise.
領分って。
You
そこ
can
のコンソール使えるの？
you can work that console?
いや、持参している。しかしなんだな。予想以上に頭が痛い。この無造作に放り出されたケーブル、何の笑い話だ。どうやって入るか楽しみにしていた私がバカみたいだ。どこぞのネットカフェかここは。
I brought my own, but what a mess. Sadako scowled at the slapdash array of electronics. Talk about a headache. Look at all these exposed cables. Is this someone's idea of a joke? I was looking forward to a challenge, but this is low-budget internet cafe level. Sadako grumbled as she hooked up her laptop. The security here was laughable, even considering how much of a rush the enemy had been to arrange this weapon transfer. It looked like she'd need to do little more than input the password the Sheik had given her into the terminal.
まったく、なんて危機感のなさだ。信じられない。それでもイスラエルの人間か？
It's like they're not worried about counterintelligence at all. Are the Israelis seriously this lax?
おい、名誉のために言っておくが、イスラエルの IT 技術者は優秀なんだぜ。なんだってこんなバカどもと取引するんだ、米軍は。 まさか同じレベルのアホなのか?
You know, Israeli IT engineers are supposed to be better than this. How could this level of idiot strike a deal with the US military? Or are both sides this dim-witted?
うるさいな。お前ペンティアム M とか大好きだろ。
Come now, Conan murmured. You like the Pentium N, don't you?
嫌いなものか。
How could I not?
イスラエルの技術者は世界で一番クールだ。
Israeli engineers are the coolest. Conan frowned. She might be loath to admit it, but their opinions really were very similar. The PC booted up. Sadako logged into the terminal and entered the password. She worked with a skill and alacrity that would have made any codebreaker proud.
ハッキングなんてものは参加した時点で終わっているようなものだ。その場で暗号を破るなんて職業がまかり通ったのは大昔の話でね。
By the time you get to the hacking stage, the job is practically over, she said. The days of having to decrypt things on site are largely in the past.
端的に言ってソーシャルハッキングに勝るセキュリティ解除はない。
Quite frankly, there's no better way to break through security than social hacking.
ソーシャルハッキングってなんだ？
Social hacking? Conan asked, What's that?
ああ、探偵のようなものだよ。
It's sort of like detective work.
PC の知識、プログラムテクニック以外の手段で情報を手に入れることだ。セキュリティに関して一番詳しいのは当事者だからな。交渉、内定、果てはゴミ漁りまでやる。
Getting information in ways other than relying on computer know-how and programming techniques. Nobody knows more about the security of a site than the people responsible for it. So you negotiate with them, run surveillance on them, even root through their trash, Sadako explained.
今回こいつのセキュリティに関わっていたのは3人だけだったからな。まあ楽な方だ。
There were only 3 people involved with security on this job, so it was a breeze.
通常はこのレベルの機密なら10人以上の関係者全員からキーを取らないと難しい。と。おい、さっきのあれよこせ。口寂しくなってきた。
Normally, for something with this level of secrecy, I need keys from 10 or more people. And hey, let me have one of those sugar things. I need something to put in my mouth. Conan frowned but handed her a sugar stick.
"暗号破りっていうのは名前だけ？私みたいにその場で答えだけ探すってことじゃないの？
So then why do they call you a codebreaker? Conan asked. Aren't you basically just an on-site troubleshooter like me?
何の話だそれは。
What are you talking about? Sadako asked.
私が言っているのは単に人間の方がハックしやすいって話だ。そりゃ答えそのものを手に入れるのが理想だが、まずありえない。
My point is simply that people are easier to hack. She continued working at the keyboard as she spoke. Ideally, that'd be how you get all of what you need, but that's not doable in practice.
それにソーシャルハッキングも数値を埋める行為だぞ。調べ上げた感情や性格、経歴を数値化しないと解は得られない。
Besides, social hacking is all about plugging in numbers too. You're just wasting your time researching someone's emotions, personality, and history if you don't find a way to turn the results into numeric form.
その後、手に入れた情報を整理し、公理に基づいてパスコードを導き出す。
When you're done, you arrange the info you've gotten, and the way to derive, say, a password becomes self-evident. She had unlocked the 3rd layer of security as she spoke. The There was the access password, an infrared scanner lock, and then a lock linked up to the wheels of the train that prevented the compartment door from being open while the train was in motion.
よし、終わりだ。
Alright, that's done, she said.
こいつはまだ試作品だからな。一研究員の個人名でログインできる。
See, the thing we're after is still a prototype, so I can log in under one of the researchers' names.
あとは研究リーダーのアカウントで管理者権限を。
Then I can use the research lead's account to give me admin rights and...
何？
What the?
どうしたの？
Is something the matter? Conan asked.
パスコードが変えられている。お手上げだ。優先順位の高いものから打ち込んだが、3つとも外れた。
They changed the passcode. I tried the 3 highest priority ones I had, but none of them worked.
じゃあこの1時間後っていうのは？
What does this mean here? 1 hour remaining, Conan asked.
1時間、パスコード入力を拒否されている。
It means passcode input has been locked out for another hour.
残った手持ちのコードに正解があるとしても、入力そのものができなくなった。
Even if any of the other passwords I have are valid, the system won't even let me enter them anymore. They were running out of time. Already 15 minutes had passed since they began the operation. Allowing for 5 minutes to get back to Sion's car, they only had 10 or so minutes left to work.
くそ、積み込む前に気まぐれでコードを変えたな。管理がずさんなら予定もずさんか。聞いてないぞそんな話は。
They up and changed the codes before loading, damn it. I should have known they'd mess up their update schedule along with everything else. Classic.
珍しく感情的だね。で、他に方法は？
Is there anything else we can try?
そうだな。パスによるアクセスはできない。
Maybe, Sadako said, since we can't get access with the passcode.
となると、ロックを解除する信号を直接送るしかないが、それこそありえない。
We could try sending the unlock sequence directly to the log itself. No, that's impossible.
信号自体は暗号化された上でプログラムに収納されているが、その数値から信号を拾い上げるのは不可能だ。
The sequence itself is encrypted and stored in a program, so there's no way for us to get it.
それ、プログラム自体は開けられる？
Conan murmured. Can you open the program itself?
可能だが、意味がない。
I can, but there wouldn't be any point.
いいから、面白そうだし、ちょっと変わってよ。
Humor me. I'm curious. Switch places with me real quick.
わかったか。この数値の中から信号を拾い上げるのは不可能だ。いや、時間さえあれば可能だが、それも数日の作業で。
Don't you get it? You can't get the sequence from the string of numbers in there. Well, we could if we had the time, but that'd be days of work, and...
ああ、信号ってきっとこれだ。
Ah, this must be the sequence here, Conan said.
189A-C455-589-312B-C367-AB29
189A-C455-589-312B-C367-AB29.
これでやってみて。
Give that a try.
だと。
The hell?
当たった？当たりなら、あの中のものは私のだけど。
Did that work? If it did, I get to have what's inside. Sadako swallowed wordlessly. She should have been happy. The first stage of her job was finished, after all. Still,
共感覚。 お前がそう呼ばれる人間なのは資料で読んだ。今のはつまりそういうことか。
Synesthesia, she said. I read about it in the report. Is that how you did that just now?
別に珍しいものじゃない。単に文字に色がついて見えるだけの話。目とか耳とかが一緒なだけだよ。
It's just a different way of understanding things. I can see what colors the numbers and letters are.
それで済ませる話か。
That's your explanation?
私の認識が甘かったようだ。今のお前の行為は直感だけに頼ったものだな。
You just see things differently? You're telling me that you intuited the code just by seeing how all the numbers looked? Synesthesia, a curious condition found in people all over the world to varying degrees. It was defined as the tendency to experience the stimulation of one sense with additional perceptions in one or more other senses. Human beings have 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell. People who process 2 or more of these individual senses simultaneously are known as synesthetes. Letters could have colors. Sounds might have shapes. A word might taste sweet or sour. There are many variations, each a unique way to perceive the world. The condition was not generally an impairment. A letter's color could have real meaning. There was a reason that each sound had its particular shape. Synesthetes picked up on this additional sensory information not intellectually but intuitively. It went beyond vision and hearing simply working as a combined sense. It created a new form of perception in its own right. The senses themselves didn't literally fuse into one, of course. For the synesthete, the 5 senses can complement each other reciprocally. For instance, visual information might also be processed as sound and then combined with direct auditory input. Visual cues that were also seen through the other senses could radically increase the seer's ability to comprehend what they were perceiving. A typical image on a page serves as a good example. The ordinary person perceives such an image solely through the sense of sight. A single input, a single level of perception. A synesthete, however, might perceive the same image with 1 or more additional senses as well. Information obtained this way is analyzed by the brain, the secondary perceptions complementing and deepening the information provided by the primary sense. The human brain, however, cannot fully grasp such perceptions on a logical level. In the end, the beneficiary of such experiences simply knows what has been perceived without knowing the reason why. It is akin to the experiences of a newborn child. The child has not yet learned language, and so it struggles to grasp its mother's intent when she speaks. An entity without intellect exerts all of its physical self to learn of its surroundings. The nascent brain has not yet separated the language cortex and the visual cortex. In an infant, both function at the same thing. Once these features do become separate, knowledge, as we know it, first comes into play. The organization of knowledge in different regions of the cerebral cortex efficiently reduce certain burdens on the brain, but at the cost of reducing sensory acuity. Seeing the big picture, understanding the details simply by feeling. Not following an ordered thought process, but arriving at its conclusion in a single step. Such possibilities might include picking out the meaning of a sequence of digits that appear meaningless at first glance. For one who did not know, intellectually, what part of a tree was the leaves and what part was the trunk, it would still be possible to tell them apart based on their different colors, their different shapes. The simplification of things, the condensation of stories. Instinctually understanding solutions without having to follow some process of derivation. derivation. This is how a synthesis Kanan perceived the world.
それを表現する言葉を持たなくても違う表現、色や形でそれが何であるかを読み取れると。
So, even if you don't know what some code or message is trying to express, the colors or shapes will let you interpret it anyway? Sadako asked.
文章全体を見ればどれが必要なものでどれが不要なものかぐらいはわかる。
Yeah, it's like how when you look at a whole sentence, you can sort of tell which parts are important and which parts aren't. If the text as a whole contains some story, if the programmer's intent was there in the cipher, she could pick up on it in those colors and flavors, feel the touch of that meaning on her skin. Because of her very nature, Kanan could look at a sequence of unknown information and immediately sense which parts were important. She had learned to accept that she couldn't understand the why behind it.
でもこうなったのは2年前からだ。以前は肌触りぐらいしか感じられなかった。
I've only been able to do this since about 2 years ago, though, she said. Before that, I could only feel things in my skin.
その今じゃ音とか匂いも同じように感じ取るから前よりは見えるようになったけど。
But now I can do the same with sounds and smells, which lets me see better than before.
共感覚は先天的なものだというからな。
Well, they say synesthesia is something you're born with, Sadako said.
お前の場合、何らかの後遺症で共感覚が強くなったのか。
So, did some kind of accident or treatment make yours stronger?
それはつまり、
You know, such as... Her faculties hadn't improved through random happenstance. Perhaps when she was on the brink of death, some of her bodily functions had broken in order to keep her alive, and had somehow changed while she recovered.
皮膚感覚の優れた生き物は波で周囲の情報を測るというが、お前の感覚はそれに近いと。
They say creatures with unusual tactile acuity pick up information on their surroundings through waves. Are your perceptions something like that?
近いのかな。そんなのは知らないけど、その気になれば周りぐらいは見て取れる。
Sort of. Maybe. I'm not really sure, but I can see my surroundings almost as if they're made of waves when I want to.
では、今私が何をしているかわかるか。
So then, you can tell what I'm doing now? Sadako asked.
肩をすくめているのが匂いで見える。
Yeah, I can see the scent of you shrugging your shoulders. I can see the scent, Sadako thought. So that's what using your whole body to perceive things is like. This girl had eyes pointing in every direction. She was a veritable sensory prodigy. She had no blind spots. Her ears and nose, her tactile sensations saw on every side at once.
確固たる直感。
That's quite a gift you have, Sadako said.
人間が知識という武器の代わりに失った第六感という才能。
Like a sixth sense that the rest of us lost somewhere along the way in exchange for intellect. Maybe it wasn't so remarkable after all. It was something all human creatures had once possessed, an early gift taken away from them by the serpent of primal knowledge. Progress, not regression, had cost mankind this capability. Sometimes true evolution necessitated the loss of some superior power in order for the species to thrive. Humans had grown more complex through language, culture, and thought, the only creatures on Earth to distance themselves from their animal nature. And what was it they had lost? The trick of knowing only answers at a look? To receive an answer without thinking, that was nothing more than the abandonment of thought.
ああ、まるで原始人だ。
You're a primitive, basically. Sadako smirked inwardly at the thought. This girl was such a simple creature. No wonder Sam's edge had dulled from having to deal with this.
Sadaka, そちらの進行は
Sadako, status. The sudden sound of the radio snapped her back to attention. They had under 5 minutes left to go.
問題ない。少しばかり予定が狂ったが、お嬢さんのおかげで解決した。
No problems. Things went a little bit awry, but the young lady here managed to resolve it.
そうか、急げ。こちらも雲行きが怪しい。護衛による乗客晒しが始まった。スパイ容疑だそうだ。引き延ばせて2分だぞ。
Roger that. Try to hurry. The guards have started harassing passengers here. Something about a spy. We've got 2 minutes tops.
こっちではいつものことだよ。
Same as ever then, Sadako replied.
了解。リンチが始まる前には戻る。
We'll be back before the firing squad lines up.
やはり携帯できる形だったな。
She stared at the briefcase-like container in the open compartment. It really is portable then.
中に物があるのは端末から確認済みだ。お嬢さん、かさばるがそのケースごと運んでくれ。
I've already confirmed the contents via the terminal. I know it's unwieldy, but would you mind carrying the case, young lady?
ああ、決して開けるなよ。万が一ということもある。下手をすれば、ここら一帯死の土地だ。
And whatever you do, do not open it. No matter what. One misstep and every living thing for miles around dies.
なんだって。
Wait, what? Kanan said.
シャム、聞き忘れてた。今回の獲物は何？
Siam, she radioed. I forgot to ask, what are we acquiring here?
現在最も小さく凶悪な兵器の一つだ。
One of the smallest, most sinister weapons in the world. There was a brief silence, but Conan already knew what his words implied. A chill ran up her spine. She could feel the latent threat before her now. Latent threat.
シャム、これは。
Siam, this is...
米国疾病予防管理センター格付け最優先リスクグループ4
A virus, designated risk group 4 by the American CDC, their highest risk rating.
秘密裏に散布感染実験を行い性能を立証した致死性ウイルス。その遺伝子を組み換え兵器としての運用効率を高めたウーアプロとの奪還が今回の目的だ。
Secret experiments were carried out to disseminate and infect people with it in order to demonstrate its lethality. And then its genetic code was tweaked to increase its efficiency as a bioweapon. They call it Uaproto. That was it. That was the name of the fragment of hell that had brought ruin to her life 2 years earlier. Yua, a microscopic demon released by mankind. It was the year 2000. A retrovirus awoke in the Drakensberg region of South Africa. Deforestation carried out in the name of advancing national development unleashed the pathogen upon the land, rapidly infecting a local village. The virus's combination of a high lethality rate and a high infection rate wiped out the entire village in a matter of days. The South African government carried out radical sterilization procedures, burning down the forests in a several-kilometer radius. Luckily, the virus was still vulnerable, and the sterilization effort proved successful. Until 3 years later, when agents from another nation collected samples of the virus from the same woodlands and began research on military applications. They improved the virus and successfully created a weaponized prototype. The demon awoke. They chose a village already engulfed in the flames of war as a test site. Under cover of the conflict in Iraq, weapon makers carried out their experiment. The virus was unleashed and the village vanished. The lethality rate was over 90%. Infection rate and survivability of the pathogen both exceptionally high. This was the tiny demon, invisible to the naked eye, that had taken everything from the young girl called Conan. After that, there were rumors of further development. An improved form of the virus was given the name Yua, and the last of the prototype that had destroyed the nameless Middle Eastern village was frozen. Yes, frozen. Not disposed of, not eradicated. The weapon was difficult to use, but those who possessed it still felt that there was value even in the inferior prototype. Furthermore, it represented a great deal of research money. Which meant, whoever it might be, should a buyer emerge, they would sell. Conan had no words. Why was this thing here, now? She felt nothing, no grief, rage, or despair. She simply thought calmly. Someone is still alive who is willing to use this weapon. That includes the soldiers who are here to protect it.
Ojo-san.
Hey, young lady.
分かってる。今はケースをシャムに届ける。
I know. Right now we need to get this case to Siam. She spoke. She moved mechanically, removing the case from its compartment. Whatever free will she possessed a moment before had vanished. Sadako watched her, satisfied. Then both girls stiffened with alarm. A message appeared on the monitor. Case connection broken. Security breach possible. If disconnection is unresolved after 60 seconds, alert broadcast will commence.
警報は解除したんじゃないのか?
You didn't disable the alarms? Conan snarled.
文句は後で聞く。今から接続するには間に合わない。シャムに連絡を。
Complain later. We'll never get it reconnected in time. Call Sion now. The call was brief, and the conclusion was clear. The parameters of the job had changed. A fight was unavoidable. They would need to strike first.
シャム、私は。
Damn, I... Just listen. I'll neutralize the guards in the rear car. While I do, keep pressure on the ones up front. Once I've secured the rear, I'll give you the signal to fall back. For the time being, Conan and Sadako were trapped. There were 7 hostiles ahead of them and 7 more behind. All the girls could do now was set up in the freight car to buy themselves time. And yet...
OK。みんな黙らせていいんだよね。
I think this calls for a more aggressive solution. Conan, wait. She cut the connection. Her eyes gleamed with menace. There was no time for hesitation. This was time for battle.
腕に自信があるのはいいが現実的じゃない。シャムほどとは言わないが近い兵士が7人だぞ。
You, alone? Sadako was incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Having confidence in your skills is one thing, but be realistic. There are 7 soldiers out there.
分かっている。でも、そいつらはシャムじゃない。
I know that, but these guys aren't as good as Siam. Conan was all action. There was no room for emotion. She'd analyzed her problem, and now she was going to solve it.
勝手に死なれるのは困る。お前は組織にとって貴重なサンプルなんだろう。それも裏羽の話か。
I can't have you dying on me, Sadako said. You're a very valuable asset to this organization, and... Never mind. It was clear that conversation wasn't going to be a thing right now. The gleam in Kanan's eyes was that of a beast on the hunt.
ケースをこちらにシャンプーを入れて
Give me the case. I'll get it to Sion.
やつとの連携は慣れている。うまく攻撃してさっさと終わらせるさ。
I'm not sure who's talking. I'm used to working with... give me the case. I'll get it to Sion. I'm used to working with him. If we can catch the guards in a pincer attack, we can end this quickly. Kanan paused. Near as she could see, Sadako's words didn't have the color of a lie. She was a codebreaker, forced by the situation to fight.
落とすね。あとシャムの邪魔をしないよう気をつけろ。
Alright, she said. Try not to drop it, and just be careful not to get in Sion's way.
そちらもね。意地を張らせて怖くないから逃げ出してこい。
Same goes for you. Don't try to prove anything out there. If things get dicey, get out. She could smell combat. The sound of the wheels and the color of the wind were now both a frigid blue. Honestly, Kanan murmured to herself. If it was going to come to this, what did we even need her for anyway? Sadako's color bothered her far more than that of the forthcoming slaughter. Right then, Sion murmured. The car had devolved into chaos. Guards barked out orders, forbidding anyone to leave their seats. They brandished their guns as they interrogated one traveler after another. The passengers were quaking with fear. While the train was passing through a country, the local government held police authority on board. The soldiers bullying the passengers were Jordan, Siam could tell, having come aboard during the freight car rearrangement. He counted them among the 14 hostiles. It was only a matter of time before they realized that Kanan and Sadako were no longer in their seats.
始めるか。
Guess it's time to get started. Siam let out a sigh of resignation.
おい、そこの男、席を立つなと。
Hey, you there, back in your seat. Now things were getting interesting. Siam walked wordlessly toward the front of the train. It was clear that wherever he went, death would follow. The other passengers scrambled toward the back of the car. No chance for another surprise attack this time. These soldiers were already ready for combat. They pulled the trigger as soon as they had a target. It was 1 against 6 now. If he played this by the book, Siam wouldn't stand a chance. Rule 1 was always shoot from cover. It was the first lesson he taught his students. The thing was...
まったく、無責任な話だよ。
Rules were made to be broken. So much for playing it by the book. Fastening the top button on his custom bulletproof coat, he strode forward. I'm a wall. Walls feel no pain. He opened the door. Bullets ricocheted all around. He cased his enemies, assessed their firepower. He might get injured, but he was confident he wouldn't go down. Right now, there were only 2 guards in the dining car ahead. Time to improvise.
実にいいテーブルマナーだ。
Barged in on dinner like this. Where are my manners? His innards were hurting, his bones creaked, but he fought to keep his aim steady. He had some internal bleeding, but nothing he couldn't power through.
だが、こ ちらは少々荒っぽくいくぞ。
Sorry, never was housebroken. He took another step forward. Reckless, maybe, but if he didn't deal with these before reinforcements came, well, no point worrying about that now. Not when there were people left to kill. And just like that, he was down to 3. The worst was yet to come, and his body would bear the brunt of it. Still, Siam was unafraid. He was dead from the beginning. A walking corpse. He traded his courage, his passion, for an emptiness without fear. Kanan's heart beat in time with the blaring alarm. But her mind was clear. With mechanical coolness, she considered her orders and the time she had available to carry them out. She inferred the positions of her 7 targets, assessed the potential for a strategy that could overcome 7-to-1 odds, and picked her movement. And picked her moment. This she did by instinct. Kanan didn't need to think. She let the hard soles of her shoes slap down on the roof of the train car as she ran. That should get their attention. Up top. They're heading for the engine. Cut them off. The soldiers sprang into action. When the gangway doors opened, as the leading guard stepped through, a red-clad figure flashed into view on the roof of the adjacent car, her hair streaming in the wind as the train raced along at 80 kilometers an hour. She fired twice. The trigger control was flawless, aided by the lightweight slide and short recoil operation of a Beretta. One instant, 2 targets, right between the eyes. Type of operating system. Okay. It should have been 3. Her strike should have worked. But she only got 2. She failed. She missed her shot at improving her odds to 4-to-1. Or maybe instead of blaming herself, she owed her enemy some respect. They moved well. At this rate, failure was just a matter of time. She didn't have the firepower to go up against 5 well-armed opponents head-on. At the moment, they were on equal footing, both sides cowering under cover. She'd never be able to pick them off one by one. But sooner or later, the soldiers would realize that they could lay down enough suppressive fire to force her to stay down while some rushed her position. And if she tried to rush them instead, the instant she emerged from behind her seat, she'd fall victim to a hail of bullets. Kanan sighed. For the moment, it was a stalemate. She couldn't see the enemy, and they couldn't see her. But then she heard one of the soldiers. No capture necessary. Just eliminate. Cover me. The guards were using hand signals, but Kanan could perceive them as sounds. There. The vibration of the guards' movements, the sound of breathing, the scent of gunpowder. That was enough. They weren't on equal footing anymore. Their 5 heightened senses melded into a single potent awareness. The enemy was on her turf now. The angle of the floor and walls, the strength and positioning of the wooden seats, the humidity of the air, subtle cues of friction and impact. There was nothing she could not detect. Her synesthetic perception precisely mapped the interior of the car inside her mind, showing her everything she might need to know. This was no vague impression or rough calculation. She had an innate grasp of the exact spatial relationships of everything on this limited battlefield. Now all she had to do was wait for the approaching enemy soldier to reveal the last bit of information she needed. Man down. How the hell she shoot him from there? She could feel the guard's confusion. Her snapshot shouldn't have landed, yet it had caught the advancing soldier right between the eyes. The survivors were breathing raggedly now, even their lungs betraying their alarm. An unexpected counterattack brought bewilderment and then a rush of fear. Still, Kanan knew that if she simply tried the brute force approach and charged the enemy position, she'd only provoke them into bringing their full firepower to bear. That would limit her options. She needed to modify the parameters of the fight first. Kanan was outgunned. She wasn't going to be able to change that. She might be able to drop one more of them with another quick shot, but then she'd only wind up getting overrun. She had one option left. She could abandon cover, go for broke. She needed to drop 4 targets in the span of a single breath, or she'd be done for. Ha! Had that raspy laugh been hers or the enemy's? The guard's leader took aim at Kanan's forehead, his finger on the trigger. Huh? She picked up the dead man's gun. Not for ammo. To carry out the plan she envisioned, she knew she needed something more than her Beretta. What are you doing? Shoot her! The leader of the guards cried out. The subsequent barrage was too uncontrolled to be called suppressing fire. The 4 men fired wildly, trying in vain to follow Kanan's nigh inhuman movements. Kanan sped away. She could read the ripples of the air, could even predict the movements of the soldiers' muscles, the angle of their gun barrels, the trajectories of their shots. But she knew she couldn't hope to dodge every bullet. So, before the storm could strike, she dived out the car. She dived out the door of the car. She let out a soft sigh as her combined senses became distinct once more. She needed to neutralize 4 targets in the span of a single breath. And that was precisely what she'd done. See, look at that, she said. Now that's what I call a circus. She landed with a flourish back inside the train car. She had cleared out all the soldiers stationed in the forward compartment. They successfully recovered the payload and wiped out the enemy force. Now her task was to evacuate ASAP. She wanted to check in with Siam, but knew she shouldn't risk breaking radio silence without knowing the situation on his end. He probably doesn't need me to bail him out anyway. She wanted to rush to him, but knew Siam would be disappointed in her if she did. And now that she made it forward of the secure freight compartment, doubling back to the rear of the train only to have to come forward again would be a waste of time. Maybe I should head for the engine and stop the train. With their cover blown, they certainly couldn't go to Amon. She and Siam would need to get off the train en route and conceal their whereabouts. Probably the sooner the better. The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire. There was a rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin. Sadako's arrival had helped put an end to the gunfight in the rear troop compartment. caught two of the guards in a pincer attack, and before the last enemy had a chance to regroup, Siam had managed to gun him down.
相変わらず手洗いなしはもういい年だろう。体を打たせるようなやり方はよせ。
Reckless as ever, Siam. You know, at your age, you really need to stop letting yourself get shot. Sadako strolled over to him. Only after confirming that all the guards had been neutralized did Siam finally let his mindset shift from combat readiness to simple high alert.
今回限りだ。お前が来ることは分かっていたからな。
I only did as much as was necessary, he said. I knew you'd show up.
せいぜい目立つ的になって連中の背後を明かしたかった。
I wanted to give them an obvious target so they'd leave their rear exposed. The tension between them eased. It had been years since they'd been alone in the same room together.
しかし、らしくない戦術だ。
Still, that strategy isn't like you, Sadako said.
どうして後ろの車両に下がらなかった？優位な地点を確保しながら徐々に後退すれば、敵の戦力分散も誘えたはずだ。
Why didn't you fall back to the next car? That's what you should have done. A tactical retreat. Keep them disrupted on the move. Siam considered. Maybe it really hadn't been necessary to make this car into the battleground. If it had accomplished one thing, it was allowing the fleeing passengers a chance to make it to safety.
まさかとは思うんだが、ちょっとした正義感か。
Don't tell me you've finally grown unconscious, Sadako said, as if she read his mind.
雇い主への配慮だ。ことが発覚した以上、我々の素性は知られるだろう。解放戦線に雇われた側として、お前たちへの悪評を立てないよう努力したつもりだ。
I'm just thinking about our employer. With our cover blown, the enemy might have been able to ID us. Had to do what I could to make sure you guys wouldn't get a bad reputation with the Liberation Front.
今回の件はウイルス兵器なんてものを持ち出そうとしたイスラエル側に非があると。
If you say so, Sadako said. So, this was all over the UA, which means this little spate of bloodshed is on the Israelis for trying to get their hands on some weaponized virus.
あくまで我々が鉄槌を下すのは彼女の盗っ人どもだけだと。なるほど。それは少し嬉しいんだが、同時に後味が悪いね。
And we're just meting out punishment to the thieves? I suppose that's a good thing if you say so, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
それはどういう。
How so?
だってお前も私もトロほど嫌いなものはないだろう。
Neither of us like wasted effort.
せっかく守ったのに無駄な努力をさせてしまった。
And look at all the trouble I've put you through.
「さて、2つ断っておくよ、シャム。
Alright, Siam. I'm gonna tell you two things.
1つはケースを譲ってもらうこと。
First, I'm gonna be taking this case.
1つは1人残らず消えてもらうことだ。
Second, I'm not going to leave anyone alive to know about it.
目撃者も当事者もまとめて掃除させてもらう。
No witnesses, including you. Gunfire and screams echoed from the back of the train. Someone was mercilessly gunning down the passengers who fled there for safety.
解放戦線側のエージェントはお前たち2人だけだが、私も個人的な部下を何人か連れてきていてね。今後部車両で働いているのはそいつらだよ。悪いな、お前がせっかく体を張って保護したというのに。
The Liberation Front only sent 2 covert operatives. I brought more. That's who you're hearing going to work back there. And after you risked yourself to protect those people too.
解放戦線を裏切ったのか
You're betraying the front, Siam rasped.
裏切るも何もない。解放戦線において私はただのパトロンだ。それこそ定かを施したに過ぎんさ。
It's not betrayal. The Liberation Front was simply a patron to me. I was just doing Sadaqua, really.
今じゃ原理主義者に武装闘争のお株も奪われている。いい加減、この辺りが縁切り時だ。
Well, now that the fundamentalists have been beaten at their own armed conflict game, I'd say it's high time we cut ties. The slaughter continued. Several passengers who hadn't managed to flee to the rear of the train still cowered, trembling, in the car where Siam had battled the soldiers. A survival that would take an ironic turn when the butchers doing their work farther down the train reached this car.
矛盾しているそのトランクがあれば解放戦線もお前の望み通り物騒になるはずだが
This doesn't make sense, Sam said. If the Liberation Front gets this bioweapon, they'll become the danger that you've always wanted them to be.
その通り。これがパレスチナ側に渡れば、イスラエル側も黙ってはいまい。
Indeed, if I hand this over to the Palestinians, the Israelis won't be able to stand by quietly.
だが、戦力に劣るお前たちは、最終的にこいつの封を開けるだろう。
But your side is outgunned, and ultimately you'll be forced to break the seal in this thing to even up the odds.
そうなっては困る。何しろ、米軍にこいつを払い下げさせたのは私だからな。
And I can't have that. After all, I'm the one who prompted the US military to sell it off in the first place. Siam let out a hoarse gasp.
欲しいのは医者。それもとびきり物騒なね。しばらくするとこんな噂が流れる。米軍流出の生物兵器が輸送途中にヨルダン国内で襲撃され奪われた。
What I run is rumors, Sadaqua continued. Dangerous rumors. A biological weapon the US military was getting rid of, stolen mid-transport in a raid in Jordan territory.
輸送計画はイスラエル強硬派？襲ったのは解放戦線。ウイルスは誰の手に渡った？
Was the transport arranged by Israeli hardliners? Was the raid carried out by the PLO? Who got their hands on the virus?
どれも真実はわからない。だが、緊張だけは高まる。
No one will be sure of the truth. Tensions will rise.
欲しいのはそれだけだ。ハルブはよろしくない。こういうおもちゃはきちんと使い方が分かっている人間が管理するものだ。
That's all I'm after. War is never good. A toy like this needs to be reserved for those who know how to use it properly. This was all a political farce, and an especially poor one at that. Neither the side transporting the weapon nor the side attempting to steal it would know where it had gone. Suspicion would beget suspicion, plunging the Middle East further into chaos.
イスラエル側はこの件を知らないのか
Do the Israelis not know about this? Siam asked.
ウアの試作品の取引は強硬派の独断か
Was the UA prototype deal some hardliners working independently?
ああ、イスラエル側の総意じゃない。隅に追いやられつつある老人の悪あがきだ。今頃は連中も大慌てだろう。身内が何の相談もせず、自分たちの家に致命的な毒を運び込もうとしているんだ。
That's right. The desperate flailing of some old fools who were backed into a corner. Their leaders must be in a mad rush right now, knowing that their own people have been trying to bring some lethal poison into their house without consulting them.
まあ、その老人にとってはこれもイスラエルのための善意なんだろうがな。お前の口癖通り、信念というのは実に迷惑だよ。
Of course, for them, all this was for the good of Israel. What was it that you always said? Fate could be a real nuisance. Siam felt a dark cloud pass behind his eyes. This operation had been doomed to failure from the start. The Liberation Front had been played like an owl. Key people who had handed the information they wanted like they wanted it. After that, greed and anticipation had ensured that they acted predictably. Seeking only chaos and confusion, the instigator had used one of the oldest tricks in the book.
そして俺たちが死ねば解放戦線も奪還に失敗したと判断するか
And so we die, and the Liberation Front fails to acquire the weapon. Is that the idea? Siam said.
お前こそらしくないそんな必要はないだろう対立を煽るバカな今さら第三者が油を注がずともこの地の火は消えん
There's no need for this. You want to fan the flames of confrontation? Even without a third party pouring on more gas, the fires here aren't going to go out.
そうだな。この程度のコントロールは私が手を下すまでもないんだが、今回は他にも理由があった。
You're right. Accomplishing that much wouldn't require my direct intervention. But I have other reasons for getting personally involved. In this case,
ウーアの管理とお前の始末だ。
getting control of Yua and getting rid of you.
お互い因縁だな、シャム。
Our fates are connected, Siam.
お前には2年前、ウーアの実験を阻止できなかった負い目がある。ウーアの輸送が行われるとすれば、必ず食いついてくると分かっていた。
You blame yourself for not stopping the Yua experiment 2 years ago. I knew you'd take the bait this time if you knew the virus was involved.
となれば、お前を始末できるとしたら、それはもう私ぐらいしかいないだろう。
And if anyone was going to be able to get rid of you, it was going to be me, right?
もっとも、お前がここまでふぬけていたとは思わなかったが。
Though I must admit, you're stupider than I gave you credit for.
当事者の口封じかウーアの存在を隠すのに俺が邪魔になったのか
So this is all just a scheme to protect your secrets, Siam said. And I'm an obstacle to concealing the existence of the weaponized Yua.
ああ。だが決めたのは今じゃない。私は初めからお前を始末しようと思っていた。
Yes, though I didn't decide that just now. I've been thinking about getting rid of you since the very beginning.
初めから俺がウーアを知ったのは2年前お前とは4年前からの付き合いだが
The very beginning. I only learned about Yua 2 years ago. We've known each other for 4.
だからさ、お前は私の素性を知っている。生まれとか、そんなどうでもいいことじゃない。兵士としての私の癖を知りすぎている。
True, but you know too much about me. Not my birthplace, I don't care about that. You know what kind of soldier I am. Sam stared at Sadako through a haze of pain. Any secret weapon becomes less effective once its true capabilities are known. And she sees herself as a weapon. She'll kill me to maintain her effectiveness.
まさかな極めて個人的な機密保持とは俺も買いかぶられたものだ
Sounds like I underestimated your need for privacy, he said.
それでカナンは俺のついでか
So, once you're done with me, Conan's next.
ああ。あれがウーアの生き残りであることも知っている。お前と同じ問題だよ。
She is. You know that she's a Yua survivor. She poses the same problem you do.
致死率 100% だったウイルス兵器の生存者だ。なぜどうして生き残ったのか。生存者分析は貴重なデータになる。
And she survived a viral weapon with a 100% lethality rate. Why and how is she still alive? She'll be able to provide some valuable data. When she first arrived on the train, Sadako had said something cryptic about looking into personnel and looking into a flaw with a weapon. Now it was clear that what she meant was that she wanted to gather information about a Niwa survivor and how the weapon had affected her. From the start, this job had been about nothing more than getting the most she could out of Iwa.
ウーアを利用する者として唯一の生存者を直接確認したかったと。本当にそれだけか。
So, you want to use the virus, and you wanted to personally examine the one person who survived it? Siam asked. Is that really all there is to this?
それ以外に理由はない。
That's it, Sadako said.
サンプルとして生きたまま捉えたかったが、あれはもういい。少しばかり特殊すぎる。
I'd hoped to be able to bring her back as a live specimen, but oh well. She's a little too exceptional.
扱いやすいサンプルとは言えないし。
She wouldn't make for a very convenient sample.
憎しみに駆られて、今頃は無駄死にだ。
She's too caught up in hatred, and now she's going to die in vain.
後部車両の処理完了しました。こちらの処理が済み次第、撤退の準備を。
Sadako's radio crackled to life. The rear section is now secured, a masculine voice declared. Should be prepared to withdraw once we've done with cleanup.
少し待て。機関部の同志との合流が遅れている。ヘリに連絡は入れておけ。
Negative. Hold off on that for now. Our people in the forward section are late for the rendezvous. Contact the helicopter and let them know. The sound of gunfire told of more passengers being cut down.
ヘリだと。
Helicopter, Siam croaked.
ああ。何しろ、この列車はじき脱線するからな。その後歩いて帰るわけにもいかんだろう。イスラエル側も無能じゃない。撤収は早いだけいい。
That's right. This train's gonna be derailed, and I sure don't plan on walking home. The Israelis aren't incompetent. I plan on getting out of here as fast as I can. She's been very thorough. In all likelihood, she planted explosives further along the track. That would have been much simpler than tampering with the train directly. A crash might not completely destroy the train, but it would be enough to eliminate any remaining passengers. If the engine wasn't stopped before it was derailed, there would be no hope of saving anyone who remained alive on board.
ウーアに手を出した者とそれを奪った俺たちと列車に居合わせた人間は一人残らず死亡する。やりすぎの嫌いはあるが筋書きとしては合格点だ。
So, anyone at all involved with Iwa, the people who helped you steal it, even anyone who happened to be on board this train, they're all going to die. Thorough, if a bit excessive, Siam said.
だがやり通せるか。
But can you actually pull it off?
まさか、あの小娘に期待しているのか？
Don't tell me you're still counting on your little girl. Sadako sneered. It was a crueler, colder expression than any Siam had ever seen before.
まるで使えない。少しは見込みがあると思ったが、あんなのは論外だ。ウーアへの憎しみで我をなくし、自らの性能を誤った。
She's of no use to me. I thought she might have some promise at first, but her hatred of the virus has made her lose control of herself. It's compromised her abilities.
がっかりだよ。お前の手腕も地に落ちたな。
It's disappointing, really. All of your efforts wasted.
それは違う。
That's where you're wrong, Siam said. He was dying, but his voice was firm. In the back of his mind there was a whisper. Sadako had sent some of her men to the engine compartment. Why hadn't they returned?
何が言いたい、シャム。
Just what are you trying to say, Siam?
どうということのない自明の話だ。恐怖を知っている者は憎しみでは動かない。
Nothing special, just the obvious. People who know fear don't act out of hatred.
カナンは お前や俺とは違う。
Conan, she's not like you or me. The chill between them became acute. She lifted up her gun, taking aim at Siam's forehead. Her expression said it all. This man before her had fallen from grace, and her disappointment had turned deadly.
断っておくが、私はお前を同胞とは思っていない。
Let me just make one thing clear. I'm not like you, she said.
それが正しい。なぜならお前は
You're right, because you know what you are. For one fleeting moment, their old connection was renewed. He spoke. She listened, saying nothing, as she had often done so long ago.
気が変わった。
I've changed my mind, Sadako said.
やはり、とどめを刺しておこう。
I think I am going to finish you off.
なぜ初めから頭を撃たなかった？
Why didn't you just shoot me in the head to begin with?
ジンクスだよ。
Because of the jinx.
今までお前は何度も被弾したが、
You've been shot so many times.
不思議とただの一度も頭に当たったことはなかっただろ？
Yet, by some miracle, you've never taken a bullet to the head. Her voice was hollow, as if she already put this all to an end. She raised her gun.
不思議でもなんでもない。頭を撃たれなかったからこうして生きている。俺もお前もただの兵士だからな。
It's not a miracle, he said. Not getting shot in the head is just why I'm still alive. You and I, we're both just ordinary soldiers.
うん、知ってる。
I know that, Sadako replied.
けどまあ、私にとってそういうイメージだったんだ。お前は。
It's just, well, it's just this image I have of you, that's all. Conan came charging from the adjacent car. In the heat of her fury, she fired wildly, but still managed to knock the gun from Sadako's hand. Sadako instantly retreated. She sensed instinctively to her chagrin that she couldn't defeat her young rival now. Under the circumstances, this was prey she wasn't ready to hunt. Sadako clicked her tongue, dismayed at being outfaced by such an impulsive attack. The girl had been so calm and collected before. Somehow she'd been transformed into a creature of pure emotion. A warrior, undefeated, and clearly beyond Sadako's capabilities. The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire her gun. There was a rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin. A volley of bullets whizzed right past her face. But how? A chill ran down her spine. For enemies other than the soldiers on board this train. This one was dressed as a train engineer. Shaking off her premonition of disaster, she pursued this new foe as he retreated toward the front of the train. Right now, she needed to stop the engine. She followed the enemy who'd shot at her all the way into the driver's cab. Whoever the fake engineer was, he was defiant to the last, finally collapsing without a word. Looking around the cab, Conan saw the murdered bodies of the real engineers, as well as a smashed control panel, which was now clearly useless. If this guy was wrecking the train, Conan thought, he must not have been in league with the soldiers protecting it. In the third party that they hadn't been aware of, Kanan broke into a sprint. If she had a better understanding of how the train functioned, she might have found some way to stop it by force by destroying something in the engine room. But she had no time to ponder such things now. Her instinct spurred her into motion. The priorities of the situation had changed. As she raced back toward where she left Sion and Sadako, it reflected that she hadn't liked this job from the start. Something about this train just felt wrong, and its mottled colors had boded ill from the beginning. Damn! She ran as fast as she could. The sight of her previous battle and everything beyond proved a thick stench of death. The dread of what she would find was almost overwhelming as she headed into the compartment that had held the second group of soldiers. All at once, she saw pure, excruciating red. Violent emotion surged through her as she cut loose with a wild barrage. It was the first time since she first picked up a gun that she fired without certainty that she'd hit her mark. The bullets found their marks, and several of Sadako's men fell dead. But how many moments had this bought Siam? Sadako had vanished toward the rear of the train, carrying the case with her. Kanan didn't even consider following her. Instead, dumbstruck, she dropped to her knees beside her mentor. Her mind couldn't process the situation. Just like a newly hatched chick, Siam told her with the faintest of smiles.
Kanan.
Kanan.
やだ
No. She shook her head, not wanting to hear what he would say.
見ての通り、致命傷だ。
I've taken my death wound. You can see that. His voice was calm. She stared at him, silently pleading. No. She kept shaking her head slowly, inwardly imploring him not to die, but unable to put her plea into words. Siam stirred. His consciousness was fading from blood loss, but the face before him was one he recognized. He shook himself back to awareness, recalling the young girl he found 2 years before. The memory hardly seemed real. Those days of mundane, everyday life hadn't really been his to live.
カナン、現状を確認する。
Kanan, you need to accept this.
やだそんなのできない
No, I can't.
把握なんてできない
I won't. She knelt, still shaking her head as Siam calmly told her what had happened. Sadako had betrayed them. She had stabbed him and had stolen the case with the bioweapon. The train would soon be derailed and destroyed. The train crew and passengers had been murdered, though there might still be a few alive. They'd failed miserably, and the situation was only getting worse. Sadako was getting away.
あんな女どうでもいいそれより早く手当てをさえ止めればまだ
I don't care about Sadako, Kanan wailed. I need to get you medical attention. If we can just stop the bleeding, we can still...
時間の無駄だ。お前には他にやることがある。
That'll be a waste of time. There are other things you need to do.
目を覚ませカナン。これは特別なことか。俺とあの女は同じ兵士に過ぎない。人間性を捨て去った兵士が同じ兵士に撃たれただけだ。そこに特別な意味を見出せと教えたか。
Open your eyes, Kanan. There's nothing special about this. Me and her, we're soldiers, nothing more. Soldiers toss away their humanity. Soldiers get shot. Did I ever teach you to seek some meaning in that?
違うシャムとあいつは違う
No, you're wrong. You're not like her, Siam.
あの女のことは知らない知りたくもないけどシャムは違うシャムは 優しい。冷たいけど、あんな人でなしじゃない。
I don't know what she's like, and I don't want to know. But you're different. You're a good person. Maybe you can be cold, but you're not a monster like her. He had no response to that. Wasn't he a monster? Well, perhaps not. He had recovered enough emotion to feel guilt at what she said, at least. Though that hardly made him human.
何をするべきかを測り、何ができるかを考えろと言っただろう。
You need to focus, Kanan. Assess the situation and form a plan of action.
分かっているはずだ。俺たちの仕事はケースを取り返し、列車を止め、ウーアを根絶する。
Remember, our job is to get the case back, stop this train, and eradicate the Uva virus. It wasn't fair. He knew how to press her buttons. Eradicate the Uva virus. The very words that would transform Kanan from girl to soldier.
カナン、そちらの状況を。戦闘車両で何があった？
Kanan, tell me, what happened at the head of the train?
護衛はみんな倒した。機関士はあの女の仲間で、操作盤じゃ列車は止められない。機関室を壊すか、車両ごとにあるブレーキを使わないと。
I took down all the guards. The engineer was one of that woman's companions, and he wrecked the control panel, so now we can't use it to stop the train. We'll have to destroy the engine room itself, or maybe use the brakes on each of the individual cars.
他に生存者は？
Were there any other survivors?
貨物列車から先には誰もいない。生きてるのは私たちだけ。
Nobody ahead of the secure freight car. The only ones alive are you and me.
了解した。俺は列車を止める。お前は奴を追え。俺からの言葉はこれが最後だ。
Good. I'll stop the train. You go after her. No discussion. Kanan held her breath. Leaving Siam here, wounded as he was tantamount to letting him die. And why should he worry about stopping the train when they were the only passengers still alive? Kanan couldn't imagine leaving him to spend his final moments alone.
カナン、周りを見ろ。生存者は何人いる？
Conan, look around. How many survivors? The soldier's edge wiped away her sentimentality.
教えてくれ、カナン。何人いるんだ？
Tell me, Kanan, how many are there? She lifted her downcast eyes. In all their time together, he had never once relied on her exceptional nature. He had never shunned her for being different, always accepted her together with her curse, her gift. Now he needed her help.
3人いる。たった3人しかいない。
There are 3, she said, gazing around, reading the colors of the fallen. Only 3 people alive.
3人しか？
Only 3. Yes, only 3. Amidst the sea of blood that surrounded them, 3 of the passengers still clung to life.
そうだ。
Yes, that's right, she said. She doubted that they had any chance of survival. Even with medical care, probably none of them would make it. But that wasn't how Siam saw things, or how he wanted her to see it.
違う。3人も助けられる。
No, she corrected herself. There are 3 whole people we can save. At that, he nodded. And maybe, just a little, he smiled.
列車は俺が受け持つ。
I'll handle the train.
連結を外しブレーキをかける程度だ。この体でも十分に現実的な役割だろう。
I'll undo the couplings so that we're able to apply the brakes. I'm pretty sure I've still got enough strength to pull that off.
だがお前の方は少し骨だぞ。
Your job is going to be a bit more difficult.
でもすぐに戻る。
I know, but I'll be right back. Her voice, her emotions under control at last. She was the consummate warrior now, just like he trained her to be.
カナン、
Conan,
お前は戦争によって過去を奪われた犠牲者であり、奴は権力闘争によって過去を失った敗北者だ。
you were victimized, your past stolen from you by war. She was defeated, her past swallowed up by power, struggles beyond her control.
兵士としての起点は同じだが、あり方は異なっている。
Your paths as warriors began in similar places, but you have walked them in different ways. Siam's gun slid from his hand. It seemed in that moment like a symbol of his life. A hard and deadly weapon, a killer of many, now abandoned.
破壊によって生まれた兵士は憎しみを武器とする。
Soldiers born of destruction make hatred into a weapon, Siam said.
俺と奴のうつろさは単にそれに焼き尽くされただけの話だ。
That's what made her and me so empty inside. The hatred just burns inside until all else is burned out.
その話を覚えているか？
Do you remember what I told you?
覚えてる。憎しみには。
I do. You said that hatred must never be used as a means of fighting back. Even if the power it gave you let you destroy your opponent, if you cultivated such power, it would destroy you too in the end. Well done, he thought. Perhaps he really had managed to pass on all that he could. His lips curled into the ghost of a smile. He once said that death was the great equalizer, that it came the same for everyone, no matter who they were. Now Siam's time had come, and Kanan realized with a sudden and surprising calm that she accepted it.
最後のタリウムだ。
My last request, he said.
奴を逃がすな。より多くの命を救え。
Don't let Sadako get away, and save whatever lives you can.
シャムも元気で。
Yes, good fortune to you, Siam. There was no grieving. They simply parted ways, each reflecting on the past 2 years and needing nothing more than that. Sadako stood atop the train. The scenery, the uniform brown for much of the journey, was now dotted with green in places. They were drawing close to their destination, the destination she had chosen. Very shortly, the train's usefulness would come to an end. There were less than 2 minutes to go before the rendezvous with the Black Hawk. Sadako carried the case in her left hand, handcuffed to her wrist, and gripped her gun in her right. The preparations had been flawless. The helicopter pilot was highly skilled. He would lower a ladder to her at her position, and she would simply right it right on top. Simply right it right on up. She'd accomplished most of what she wanted, and now her retreat would be swift. She should have been wholly pleased with the situation, and yet she was wholly dissatisfied. Of course, that would have been the case regardless of the results she obtained. It was not in her nature to ever be content. Only by striking out at the world around her could she even keep herself sane. And now her thirst for vengeance was worse than ever. And here she comes. A girlish silhouette appeared on the roof of the train not far away. and Sadako felt her thirst change to a hunger.
さあ、愉快な狩りの始まりだ。
Time to go hunting. The more she more than had the upper hand here. If she were to go down, the case would fall down with her. And if the case were damaged, the Uva virus would very likely be released. Which meant that the little lady couldn't shoot at her until she got the case away, whereas Sadako was free to unload on her as much as she wanted. The kill was certain to be hers. How could she help but smile? She stole in the Yua, stirred up both sides of an international conflict, and would soon eliminate the last witness to her scheme. It had been quite some time since she last scored such a coup.
それだけは感謝してもいい。
I suppose I owe the little lady a little thanks for contributing to my success. Her target was 3 cars away. Knowing her pistol's effective range, Sadako gave herself an 80% chance of hitting. If Kanan had been 1 car closer, it would have been 100%. And since it wasn't like the girl could fly, she had no hope of escaping certain death. Sadako aimed at the train's car roof, just in front of Kanan's feet. Time for a little intimidation. Let's show this upstart what real skill looks like. She needs to understand that a step closer to me is a step into certain death.
さて、どこまで踊れるかな、お嬢さん。
All right, little lady. Let's see how well you dance. Siam struggled to his feet. He had a final job to do. There were 6 meters and a door between him and the coupling that linked this car to the next. Easy enough under ordinary circumstances. Once he undid the coupling, the automatic air brake would kick in and stop the rear section of the train. The distance seemed vast. How much time was it going to take him to do something as simple as waking up in the morning and washing his face? It was altogether too long and treacherous a journey. A journey that would use up all that remained of his life. So they still haven't disappeared on me. Muddied memories played in his mind like scenes from an old movie. There was a time when I saw hope in a girl who made nihilism her reason to live. After that, I found hope in another girl's weakness as she clung to her desire to live. The hope Sadako brought had been like opium, a drug he took to coax himself into thinking his actions were for the best. Somehow at the time he never realized his mistake. And then there was Kanon, a victim of war. She'd given him a kind of hope that brought all of his own pain sharply into focus. Even at death's door, she thought nothing of dying, only wanting to live a life of meaning. He had no doubt now which kind of hope was the better one. But he still remembered both. Just as he remembered the faith that had driven him long before he met either girl. That was decades ago now. How naive he had been, an unsophisticated firebrand clinging to blind belief. Three wounded passengers, 3 people to save. The thought drove him on. 2 years earlier, he'd been unable to save anyone. He'd been nothing but a killer. Did that make him a hypocrite now? Perhaps, but if so, for once he could accept his own hypocrisy. Siam blinked, his eyesight was failing. Maybe it was the light of truth that had blinded him. He was paying at last for the sin of casting aside his beliefs so long ago. Did he have the stamina to keep going? Of course he did. He trained himself to find new reserves of strength where it mattered most. War was always like this. After the mind and body had given out, a true soldier could forge onward on spirit alone, like a servant of the dead. It had been a long time since he'd taken a job that tipped the scales back toward the living. Of course, he'd always told himself that he killed so that he and others might live. Mercy and slaughter stemmed from the same behavioral principle, the struggle for self-preservation. Still, a soldier's deeds seemed to slip inevitably toward the negative end of the spectrum. He remembered how the long slide had started, the motives that had driven him to take up arms and pushed him further and further into the void. I will lose my life now. I will lose this emptiness. At long last, my balance will return to zero. Another memory. Before they boarded the train, the girl had begged him for a special boon. Just when had that happened exactly?
シャムの嘘つき、全然痛くないって言ったのに、こんなに痛むなんて聞いてなかった。
You're such a liar, Siam. You said it wasn't gonna hurt at all. I had no idea it was going to be this painful. Perhaps at the time, Siam had simply forgotten how painful it was. He'd been good at that, after all. He asked her if the pain from her new tattoo would impair her for the upcoming job, and she shook her head.
痛いのは本当だけど。
I mean, yeah, it does hurt, Conan said.
嬉しいから性能は上がってるよ。
But it makes me happy, and it makes me better at what I do. The girl's skills really did change based on her emotions. Her good moods were rare, but when she was happy, her abilities were remarkable indeed. A tattoo was a small price to pay for that. This girl was quite probably the strangest person he'd ever known. Meeting her was an honor for him in a way. Even while her training made her into a soldier, she never truly let go of her feelings. Maybe she'd been a free spirit the whole time, or maybe her feelings are what helped her through in part. It didn't matter which it was.
家族の証だ。これがある限り、私はシャムの教えを忘れない。
This shows that we're family, Siam. For as long as I have it, I'll never forget what you've taught me. Remembering it now, he felt a vague sense of fulfillment. For a monster, he'd done a pretty good job. The two girls stood 30 meters apart. Conan had stopped her advance just at the edge of the third car. Sadako waited, silent. Her rival could never hit her from there. Conan took one more step. One more, and the real fun would start. The curtain had risen on the final act of the drama. The violent drone of a helicopter sounded in the distance. In a matter of moments, the chopper would arrive, lowering the ladder Sadako would then ascend in triumph.
どうした?
What are you waiting for? She called out.
まさか見送りで済ますわけか? このケースの中身はお前の恩敵だと思ったんだ.
Don't tell me you came up here just to watch me go. I thought you were sworn to destroy the virus. Her challenge was a hiss upon the wind. Conan glared. She knew she could reach her enemy in 5 seconds or less. But Sadako would need only one of those seconds to aim and fire. Conan would be killed 5 times over if she charged. It was a risk she couldn't afford to take. She couldn't hope to win, not under these conditions. You really think I'd just let you go? Conan called back. Don't be a fool. Sadako's taunt had stunned her nerves. Her rival's voice was like a jagged claw, a filthy talon scratching at her temples. Kanan ground her teeth in frustration. She had no fear of charging in without a plan. But that wasn't going to work this time. That would give too much of an edge to her opponent.
拍子抜けだな。まあいい。それならそれで有効に使わせてもらう。
This is such a letdown, Sadako said. But no matter, whatever you do, I'll be able to put the contents of this case to good use.
なあお嬢さん。このウーは欠陥品だ。交渉にしか使えない。なぜ？簡単だ。兵器としては強すぎるからさ。
Did you know, young lady, that this Yua is a flawed weapon? More a negotiation tool than anything I'd actually use. And why is that, you ask? Because it's too powerful. The ladder swayed down from the helicopter above. Sadako could make her escape in a moment if she chose. And yet she hesitated, savoring Kanan's defeat.
残念ながら兵器として使うのはまだ早い。
The fact is, it's too early to use the virus as a weapon, she said.
優れた研究者と手が合わせて最短で2年だ。それだけやってようやく価値が生まれる。ようやくカタログに載せられる。
It'll take the world's top researchers 2 years at least to fully understand what they're up against. Then the Yua will have some real value in my catalog.
わかる。こいつが今まで殺してきた人数なんてものは成果にも入らない。ただの失敗だ。お前たちの死には一銭の価値もついていない。
Pity you won't be there to see that. Your deaths here are really going to accomplish nothing.
だが安心しろ。私がこいつを一人前に育ててやる。お前の両親を奪った兵器に立派な名前をつけてやる。
But don't worry, I'll make sure the Yua reaches its full potential. No one may care that it took your parents from you, but one day this weapon will make a grand name for itself.
そうだ。奴らが望む通り、せいぜい高値をつけて振りまいてやろうじゃないか。
And then, I'm going to make a killing. Kanan fought back a wave of nausea. Ferocious colors danced before her eyes.
覚えてる。
Bark all you want, she said.
そんなの私の知ったことじゃない。
It's not going to happen. She heard a dull flame from somewhere ahead and felt a faint shudder through her feet. The train began to slow. Strength filled her limbs. She shifted her posture, ready to spring into action.
いいぞ。挑発の必要はなかったか。
I guess I didn't need to provoke you, Sadako sneered. She could see it in Kanan's eyes. The girl was ready to run right to her death. Everything was falling into place. The bleak scenery was opening out into a fertile landscape. Kanan was about to die. One step forward, and there would be a resounding gunshot. But instead of moving, Kanan spoke.
名前お前本当はなんて言う？
Your name. What is it really? Sadako smiled inwardly. So that's what's been gnawing at her.
アルファルド、
Alfred, she said.
お前にならなかった。どこにでもいるテロリストだよ。
Sion wanted his promised land, but all he was able to make me into was just another terrorist. And at her words, the race began. Ah. Sedekwa, Alfred, stared in surprise. The instant that she realized that her first shot had missed, she pulled the trigger again. This time, her eyes went wide with shock.
この距離で私が外す。
How could I miss at this range? The red-clad figure sped along the train car roof, zigzagging as she moved like a bolt of lightning. On she came, heedless of death in the air around her. There was no doubt about it. The girl was dodging bullets. For a master markswoman like Alfred, it was a nightmare come to life.
避けるな。そんな話が。
No, this is ridiculous. It can't be. What Conan was doing simply shouldn't be possible. Just before each shot, she would change her trajectory unpredictably, shifting out of the bullet's path. Evasive movement was a standard tactic, but knowing precisely when and where to dodge, that required an inhuman ability to predict the future. It's like she can practically see the bullets. Whoops, I talked over it. That simply wasn't possible, was it? Alfred's mind raced. She fought a rising wave of panic. The girl had almost reached her now. But Alfred still held one advantage, the case in her left hand. The girl would have to go for the case before attacking her directly. Alfred would just have to kill her before that. It was simple, just pull the trigger. And yet, she began to doubt that she could hit Conan. She struggled to comprehend what she was up against, her mind recoiling as she began to understand the full extent of this demon's power. You don't really think I can see the bullets, do you? Her voice was like the whispers of the devil himself, speaking what was in Alfred's mind. She fixed her opponent with a victorious stare. I see your hatred. She can see my emotions? Of course. This girl could discern emotions like they were colors. She wasn't looking at the bullets, or even at Alfred's movements. She was reading her enemy's expectations. She could tell exactly when Alfred believed that she would hit her mark, exactly when she would fire, and that was precisely when she dodged aside. So long as a foe had human emotions, this girl could predict what that foe would do an instant before it happened. This was it. Conan was all confidence. She was closing in for the kill.
私もそうだと今気づいた。
Of course, Alfred laughed. The only way to ruin her enemy's predictions was to do something wholly unpredictable. Huh? As Alfred hurled the case from the train, Conan instinctively launched after it. Realizing she'd been baited even as she was tumbling through the air, Conan clutched the case to her chest and rolled to face her foe, reflexively bringing her gun to bear. Bullets whizzed in both directions. For an instant, the two combatants seemed suspended in a kind of distorted balance, two natural opposites in opposition. One who could sense emotions, and one who could eliminate them. By all rights, they should have been evenly matched, but Conan's own emotions tipped the scale in her favor. Alfred had let herself get too drawn in, so she had forced herself to swallow her hatred for a moment and fired at the girl as if at a simple obstacle. She would find a color of determination that Conan could not see. And yet, even those shots failed to strike home. Even with her hatred suppressed, her intentions could be read. She would need to discard her hates, to divorce even her will to win from her actions. Only then would she be able to slay this super person. But the girl's bullets also failed to hit. Twisting through the air, fighting to keep hold of the case, she couldn't aim with perfect accuracy. Throwing away the bioweapon had been a split-second decision on Alfred's part. She hadn't spared an iota of consideration for the thousands who might die if the case broke open. Conan trembled as an evil chill ran down her spine at the sight of Alfred standing on the train. There she saw not another woman, but an angel of death, inorganic destruction made flesh. She rolled as she struck the ground, safeguarding the case with her body. The impact scattered her senses. She struggled to remain conscious as she bounced along, focusing on protecting her precious burden. If it broke open now, everything she and Siam had done would be for nothing. At last, she slid to a stop and lay there, panting with exertion. She checked the case before she checked herself for injuries. I did it. The case was intact. Next, following standard protocol, she began assessing her own scrapes and bruises. The train. The grating screech of brakes filled the air. The wheels threw up a shower of sparks along the rails as the train receded. Already the last battlefield they had shared was withdrawing into the unreachable. Siam. There was no sadness. They had already made their farewells. Instead, she felt a grim contentment and a steely pride. Anyone with her abilities could have handled the challenges she'd faced. But Siam had been on the brink of death, and yet he had succeeded at the task that would have been difficult for anyone. He'd finished things as he had lived, a trustworthy soldier to the very end. She had failed to retrieve the Eva virus. The train had been stopped, and her test subject had gotten away. Never had she been so defeated. She had killed Siam and stoked the flames of conflict between two opposing camps. Those achievements didn't change the fact that the operation had been a failure. To be denied a single objective was, to her, a crushing loss. Failing it on 3 counts was intolerable. Alfred, it's too dangerous to stay here. You need to give the order to withdraw. One of her subordinates was calling out from behind her, but her attention remained focused on a point on the ground far behind and below. It was over. Yuva in that case was, after all, only an old prototype. She had other options. There was a pharmaceutical firm already performing research on a superior form of the virus. There was no need to stay and risk capture for the sake of the virus. Take us down, she said. I want to make sure he's dead. But it was hard to take her eyes off the girl. The girl was crawling along the bare earth beside the track, a bitter reminder of failure. Her thoughts shifted back to Siam. The man had fallen from grace. In the 11th hour, he seemed to have embraced that saying from the Quran, that for whosoever killeth a human being, it shall be as if he had killed all mankind. He'd refused to continue being a tool to the very end. Destroying him was no betrayal. She never regarded him as kin. Her decision to eliminate him had been motivated by the simple fact that he'd been in her way. After all, as he'd said himself, you're right, because you know what you are. She smiled darkly as she recalled his words. You're strong. You've attained a kind of perfection.
敗北を知らず、一人のまま美しい完結を迎えるだろう。
You don't know failure. You can accomplish incredible things all on your own.
その美しさは無菌室のそれだ。何も残るものはない。
But that magnificence is like a sterile room with nothing remaining within. He was right. Yet he failed to understand that there had never been anything there to begin with. She was an empty shell with no false dignity to protect. She never had anything to lose but flesh and blood. Siam should have recognized this. The man was himself a broken being. Alfred had never really been alive.
アルファルド、お前は無敵だ。
Alfred, you're unstoppable.
だがもし目的ではなく個人としての欲望を持ったのなら。
But if, instead of striving for some empty goal, you could find something that truly matters to you.
それがお前に命が生まれる時だ。
Then you could be so much more. It was laughable, really. Conflict was what mattered to her. That was her driving force. She lost her family and discarded her past, retaining only what enabled her to survive. The ashes of her former self were scattered across the world, every weakness burned away in the crucible of conflict. She couldn't imagine anything but hatred for the rest of humankind. Now her eyes were like fire as she stared down at the girl below. Conan might still be in range of the right kind of weapon.
おい、自動小銃を積んでいるか？
Hey, do we have any automatic rifles on board?
そのような指示はなかったので。
Negative. There was no mention of rifles in our orders.
そうか。ならいい。運がいいと言うべきだな、お嬢さん。
I see. Never mind. Looks like this is your lucky day, little lady.
アルファルド、地上支援班がアンマン航空管制無線を傍受。アルバディアの偵察ヘリ出動を確認しました。
Alfred, our ground support intercepted a transmission from Amman Air Traffic Control. A recon chopper has been dispatched from the Badia.
限界です。作戦区域、離脱の指示を。
We're out of time. You have to give the order to withdraw from the operations area.
いい、離脱しろ。このまま西だ。
Fine. Pull out. Head west. The helicopter circled around and headed westward, passing directly over the girl beside the tracks. As it did, Alfred and Conan exchanged a silent stare.
ボス、傷の手当てを。
Boss, you should get that looked at.
ああ、そうだな。
Yes, of course. Down below, Conan continued to stare, seeing in her foe a dark reflection of herself. Their origins were so similar. Two serpents, born from the same twisted nest, guided by the same mentor, and yet they had followed very different paths. They had no familiar ties, yet they were sisters all the same, bound by a fate thicker than any blood. Conan didn't take her eyes off the helicopter until it had disappeared over the horizon. Her hatred was a potent force, but even stronger now was her sense of duty. She would stop that terrorist. The girl who had possessed no goals had finally found a sense of determination born within her. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our descent.
ベルトを締め、電子機器の電源はお切りください。
Please ensure that your seatbelt is fastened and that any electronic devices have been powered off. Kanan stirred. Her eyes slowly drifted open. A long dream receded. She'd been on the ground within the hour. Once the plane had landed, she would disembark by a different route than the other passengers, then board a helicopter that would be waiting for her on the runway. She stretched and resettled, steeling her resolve. After the mission in Jordan, she had gone on to learn of a certain distinguished family wiped out in a political conflict, and how its sole surviving daughter had been trained as a mercenary. But that was a story from the past. It wasn't her story anymore. Right now, she just needed to head to Shibuya, save Maria, and put a stop to the serpent's actions. Maria. She resisted the urge to hurry to her destination. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed up Maria's number. I'm assuming if I jump here, it's just... you know. She knew it was a pointless act. Surely Maria would be unable to answer the phone. Still, she couldn't resist the urge to try.
Huh?
What? Incredibly, the call connected. Kanan gasped as if she'd seen a ghost.
Maria ka?
Maria? A sound of sobbing came through the receiver.
泣くのは後。おい、本当にマリアなんだな。
Maria, is that really you? She didn't actually need to ask. Kanan could tell just from the sound of the breathing that it was Maria on the line. She felt a rush of joy. She wasn't too late after all.
よかった。本当によかった。
Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Maria's voice was happy. Her tears were tears of joy. Kanan let out a strained laugh, feeling that their positions had been strangely reversed. Maria had been concerned for her well-being. She heard in her happy sobs the sound of a dear friend who had somehow survived a very long and harrowing day. Maria proceeded to put Kanan on the phone with a man named Jack Stanley, a U.S. operative who had helped to keep Maria safe. In 10 minutes of hurried conversation, he brought her up to speed on the situation. The people of Shibuya had managed to stop the Ua virus from running rampant through their city. But there was one worrisome detail.
そうか。アルファルドの身柄は CIA が預かったんだな。
The CIA took Alfred into custody? It was Stanley's superior, Gordon, who had escorted Alfred away. Kanan recognized the name. She was certain that Gordon was one of the Serpent's collaborators. Collaborator.
手続きもなしで非公式に。
They're extraditing her to the U.S.? Kanan asked, unofficially with no due process? She was appalled at the naivete of the Japanese police. They hadn't arrested the tourists, they had merely taken her into custody. Thanks to Gordon's intervention, Alfred's whereabouts were now unknown. It would be extremely difficult to track her down.
でも1時間の差で追いついた。
Still, I bought myself an hour this morning that she wasn't expecting. She allowed herself a cautious smile. If Gordon was acting on his own, he had to use the airport. She probably had about 30 minutes left to act. For an ordinary person, that would be a hopeless situation, but Kanan was an ordinary person. At a facility with this many people, this many colors, the color of danger would stand out clear as day.
分かった。あとは私に任せて。じゃあね、マリア。用事を済ませたら真っ先に会いに行くよ。
All right, she said once Maria was back on the line. Leave the rest to me. Once this is all over, I'll head right over to see you. She hung up the phone. Her anxious pacing had ceased, stilled by her steely determination to confront her enemy at last.
にしても私の名前を語るなんて
Honestly, going around pretending that she's me? What an outrageous deception. Something had changed in the serpent. She was toying with her far more than usual.
いいよ
Alright.
そういうことならたっぷりお返ししてやろうじゃないか
If that's how she's gonna do things, I'll just have to pay her back in full. It went against Kanan's own sensibilities, but trickery seemed like the perfect tactic to use against these foes. Maria and her companions had been played like puppets. It was time to return the favor. The sound of propeller blades cut the air. Voices were barely audible beneath the roar as the craft prepared for takeoff. Excuse me, miss. Might you be Miss Conan? The agent, obviously a last-minute deployment, looked like a nervous wreck. His scent was startlingly harmless. He hardly seemed suited for the job.
そうだけどこれもう出る
That's right. Are we ready to go?
はいそれはもちろん
Yes, of course.
あでもですねどうなんでしょうね飛べることは飛べるんですけど
I just, well, I mean, I'm ready to fly, miss.
あなたこういうの初めて
Is this your first time doing this sort of thing?
えあはい初任務ですありがとうございます
Yes, my first mission. Thank you, miss. She decided to ignore his bumbling. Her first impulse was just to kick this dolts, but obviously that wouldn't do. Since befriending Maria, she'd become far less inclined to casually strike out at fools who'd got in her way.
それで銃の補充はさせてもらえるの
Do you have any firearms ready? She asked.
いえそれが
Well,
銃ですよねもちろん用意してありますがそれはどうなんでしょう
right, the guns. They've been prepared for you, of course, but, well, how do I put this? Conan stared at him.
何か問題でも
Is there a problem? She asked.
はい言いにくいんですけど
Yes, it's kind of difficult to say.
事件はですねつい先ほどきれいさっぱり解決したと
Situation, you see, just a little earlier, I heard that it was all cleanly resolved. She held her tongue, all part of the act.
解決した
Resolved? It seemed best to feign ignorance, just to be on the safe side. This man's color was trustworthy enough, but the who of his copter pilot on standby was harder to read. An unsightly blue, proof that he had contacted the killer. Better play dumb. She couldn't risk blowing this golden opportunity.
ごめん詳しく説明して
I'm sorry, but would you mind explaining? She asked.
はいでも怒らないでくださいよ
Of course, just please don't be mad, okay? The man explained the situation, profusely apologetic all the while. He told her about the panic that had befallen Shibuya. The existence of Yua had been exposed. Alfred had been taken in by the CIA, and Maria Osawa was now under police protection.
そうかじゃあ
I see. Well then.
はいカナンさんは全くの無駄足というか
Yes, so, I guess this whole journey was pretty much a wasted trip for you, Miss Conan. He was a man of far too many words. No matter. She could understand his unease. From his perspective, she was an uninvited guest. To the good agent here, she was a meddler trying to usurp the CIA's rightful target. To the helicopter pilot, she was simply a nuisance who arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. But the fact was that they were the ones who had no part to play on this stage. None of her plan was going to work anyhow. Maria and the others had slipped through Alfred's veins, unexpectedly providing Khan with one last chance. Now it was up to her to seize it.
この街、渋谷との相性は最悪だ。
Looks like Shibuya really was a poor fit for you, terrorists. She shrugged off a momentary twinge of self-doubt. Maria had survived so far without Conan's help. It did seem a bit outrageous for her to get involved now. And this novice agent was right about one thing. Her initial plan for the trip had, in fact, been a total waste. But still, she felt a surge of excitement for what lay ahead. Perhaps she'd secretly been hoping it would come down to a single, desperate encounter all along. Another moment where fate took a strange twist and everything changed. Like that hectic day on which she first met Maria. She cast her mind back to their first encounter. That unexpected brightness.
それじゃあサディークになるってのどうかな
Let's be friends, Sarika. How about it? It felt like so long ago. She'd seen in this wayward stranger a comforting color, a hue that felt inexplicably familiar. And suddenly, after all this time, she realized why.
あ、そうか。
Sure, alright. How strange that she never realized before. Maria shone with the same color as Conan's older sister. No wonder she triggered so many memories of youth. Conan had been isolated as a child, spending more and more time alone with her peculiar senses. Yet she had remained close to her family. It was their warmth that had tied her strange self to the world around her. Maria didn't literally resemble her lost sister, but she had brought her warm color back into Conan's life. There in the prop wash of the waiting helicopter, Conan giggled despite herself. She felt ridiculous for only realizing something like this now, but she was glad that it had happened nonetheless.
あれ承知してないんですか
Are you okay, ma'am? The novice agent stared at her in confusion. Conan nodded reassuringly. Maria was safe for now, but still she had one last job to do.
友人を助けに来たのが普通に会うことになっただけだし。
I came here to save my friend, but since she's okay, I guess this'll just be a regular visit. Conan took the gun she'd been provided, and flashed the agent a girlish smile.
それに、そっちの方がずっといい。
And really, isn't that so much better? Turning away from the hired chopper, she headed for the main concourse like an ordinary tourist. Her long journey was over now. She had finally found something stronger than hatred.
そうでしょ、シャム。
Isn't that right, Siam? Their parting seemed ages ago now. But she lived up to the training he had given her, to be a warrior, to live for something greater than revenge. That training had gotten her to where she is now. She would not be something hollow like the serpent. She would hold her head high, strive to meet Siam's ideal, and fight for her future.
さあ、ラストゲームだ、アルファルド。
We have one last game to play, Alfred.
姉と妹、どっちの蛇が生き残るか、決着をつけに行こう。
My old rival. Let's see which of us snakes will survive in the end. She had come to protect Maria, the friend who showed her how to hope again. Now it was time for a final showdown. It was time to make that hope a reality. I was so sure that Conan was Ayane Sakura, one of my favorite voice actors, but I guess not. Unless she happens to go by a different name, but probably not. I don't know. And I didn't realize that Conan's story would be so long. So whenever these credits are done, I'll end it there. It's almost 5 in the morning. Really? Really? What if there was like, I don't know, a bonus thing at the end? I don't know. Can I... Does this have chapters? No. Whoops. Why not? Can I just, like, not use it ever? Is this little episode thing the whole scenario? Man, I just want to go to bed. I'm just gonna assume I can't do anything here. Well, I got that at least. Whatever. Stupid error. Not the ending I wanted, but whatever. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this little Conan story. I thought it was interesting. I liked learning more about Alfred. Blah blah blah. Yeah. I hope, like, maybe they'll continue the story to where Conan, like, maybe kills Alfred, or just, like, I want something more to that. I want some conclusion to that. Anyway, thank you again for watching, and next time we'll actually do the, like, special episode stuff. Or, well, more endings, actually. Hopefully that won't be this long. I'm tired. Have a good night. Take care.